Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 6th joint CTC CARB HCD meeting. Before we get started, I will ask Douglas to call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw. Here. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Falcone.
Here.
Commissioner Grisby.
Present.
Vice Chair Guardino.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo.
Here.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Norton.
I'm here. Where's my seat?
All the way down to the end.
Over here,
Commissioner Tavaloni. Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman. Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. And will you read the instructions for webinar, please? Oh, I'm sorry. CARB needs to call roll. I got ahead of myself.
Thank you. Dr. Balms. Mr. De La Torre.
Here.
Mr. Eisenhunt.
Here.
Senator Flores. Assemblymember Garcia. Mr. Guerra.
Here.
Ms. Hurt.
Present.
Mr. Krakoff.
Here.
Dr. Pacheco Werner.
Here.
Mr. Perez. Dr. Quirk. Dr. Quirk?
Here.
Thank you. Senator Stern. Dr. Shaheen.
Here.
Ms. Takborian. Supervisor Vargas. Chair Randolph.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Now we'll have Douglas give us instructions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the Joint Transportation Commission, Air Resources Board, and Department of Housing and Community Development meeting. The purpose of these meetings is to coordinate the implementation of policies that can jointly affect transportation, housing, and air quality. The meeting agenda is located on each of our websites. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the joint meetings page of the CTC website. Live closed captioning is available on this meeting. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Please use the Q&A tab if you have questions about this. Any document on the CTC website can be translated into any language you might need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow the captioning service adequate time for accurate translation. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation, if you have one. For the members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me up front here, to let us know that you want to make a comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand and the Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as soon as we reach each item to give the system time to acknowledge you. Staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and access to the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when making comments. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow the captioning service adequate time for accurate captioning. Please do your best to be concise. Please make sure your comments add new information. If you agree with a comment of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. We ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Douglas. And thank you and the staff for putting this together for us. I know this is never easy, getting all the cats going in the same direction. So we appreciate all the work that you do. I also want to take this moment to welcome the CTC's newest commissioner. That's Joe Cruz. And in case any of you haven't noticed, if you want to be a commissioner, your name has to be Joe now. Any new people coming on? We now have 3 Joes. Yes. And I don't think Commissioner Tavaloni is on our first Joe. And I just wanted to let everyone know that Commissioner Tavaloni will be 100 this year. I think it's in July.
July 14th.
July 14th, he turns 100. And the last time I talked to him, he said he was looking forward to being reappointed for 4 more years. So we're all in. I also want to congratulate the newest CARB board members for their appointments. Dr. Susan Shaheen, Assembly Member Dr. Bill Quirk, Supervisor V. Manuel Perez, Vice Mayor Eric Guerra, ex officio members Senator Henry Stern, and Assembly Member Eduardo Garcia. So welcome, welcome, welcome. At this time, I also want to say a special, unless you want to add anything there. Okay, did I get them all? Yeah. Oh, good, 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 good. I also want to take a moment just to recognize this special person to my left. This is Tanisha Taylor. She is the CTC's new interim executive director. We are very excited to have Tanisha join us. And I know she has been with us for many years now, but she's new to this role, and she will continue the commitment that we all have to ensure that we're looking forward to the future of California's transportation, including all of our climate objectives, our partnership engagements, and moving this commission and this group forward. So I would really like to thank you, Tanisha, for stepping into this role, and we're looking forward to working with you in the future. So if you'll all join me. And she just got back from taking her son to Disneyland, so she raced in here. So we appreciate you racing in here. So I'll start with just talking about a few things that the CTC has been doing since our last meeting. Many of us were at a meeting day before yesterday that Secretary Elma Shakin put together to really look at zero emission vehicles, what we're all doing in our separate entities, coming together saying, what is it that we need to do moving forward? So I want to say a special thank you to Hannah. I know, this is your lane. These ZEVs are your lane, and taking the lead from a CTC standpoint and moving us forward. And I know for me, at the end of that meeting, I felt much better having so many partners looking at many of those same issues of infrastructure and climate and where we go from here. So we will continue fighting the good fight there. Thank you. And on the topic of transportation funding, as we move forward, how do we fund all of those wonderful ideas that we have? Our SB1 program, staff have been working hard evaluating all the applications for the Trade Quarter Enhancement Program, the competitive portion of the local partnership program, solutions for congested corridor program, with funding asked greater than 2 times what we have available. We received 109 applications requesting a total of $3.9 billion. I know it's all relative, but gosh, I have to tell you, and I don't know if you all feel the same way, every time we get those requests and it goes billions to billions to billions, who would have ever thought that actually in the state of California, we do have the ability to be able to fund many of those things, and with the help of the federal government. So we always have to thank them too for looking at California and helping us move those things forward. Right now we have 1.7 billion in funding available. The program cycle included notable evaluation criteria, zero emission charging for hydrogen refueling infrastructure. And I know that was something that we talked about day before yesterday, is we have to look at all those alternative fuels and what does that look like? And what was that infrastructure going to look like? How do we move that forward? And we looked at our TSEP program. We're looking at what we need to do with that going forward. Pro-housing criteria was evaluated in the LPP and SCCP programs, and all SB1 guidelines have been enhanced with equity statement that calls on more robust engagement. So I know with all of us, that's always number one. We put equity first, and then what do we do to move things forward under that lens? And while still early in the evaluation process, staff's encouraged by many of the applications responsive to all those criteria. So release of the staff recommendations is planned June 8th. So get ready for that announcement. Also, our March commission meeting, staff presented the draft 2023 local transportation climate adaptation program guidelines. Projects funded through this program will help transportation infrastructure adapt to the changing climate. Totaling $400.5 million over a 5-year period. The program includes funding from the federal Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation, or PROTECT program, as well as a one-time appropriation of state funding. Commission staff anticipates presenting the final 2023 local transportation climate adaptation program guidelines. We told them not to put to say the whole word so that everybody knows exactly what it is that we're talking about. And it should come out in May 2023 meeting for adoption. On the topic of equity, which we did talk about day before yesterday also, the commission continues to move forward in its goals to fulfill the commitments made in our racial equity statement adopted in 2021. On March 21st, when we were down in Los Angeles, the commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans hosted the first ever executive meeting of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. The meeting is a major milestone for the commission, Caltrans, and CalSTA, and all of our partners really, in our efforts to improve equitable outcomes in transportation. We're proud of the work that went into convening this first meeting of the EAC and look forward to the committee's contribution to the future of California's transportation system. The commission, in partnership with Caltrans, is updating the California Transportation Plan guidelines and the Regional Transportation Plan guidelines. Our kickoff meeting was held prior to our last joint meeting, and we've made steady progress since then. The public draft of the California Transportation Plan guidelines has been made available for feedback and is in first draft discussions of the Regional Transportation Plan guidelines and is anticipated also in May. We certainly appreciate CARB and HCD staff's partnership in that process. It certainly takes all of us to get these things done. Our team anticipates presenting the final 2023 CTP guidelines to the commission for adoption in June of this year, and the 2023 RTP guidelines for adoption in late 2023. Finally, we're looking forward to the discussion today on the regional housing needs, allocation, and roadway pricing, which was requested topic from commissioners and board members during our previous joint meeting. While our state works towards mainstreaming zero emission vehicles to help meet climate goals, achieving a sustainable future will mean finding a long-term funding source for transportation infrastructure not tied to gas tax revenues. Reducing vehicle miles traveled through land use policies as well as regional roadway pricing strategies will also be critical to achieving our state's climate goal. We're certainly looking forward to the topics today, and we know they'll be rich in information and of great relevance to all of the work that we're doing. And will help us work towards achieving the state's goals in transportation, housing, climate, health, and equity. So thank you to all of you who have joined us today. We were looking over all the information that's coming to us, and I know many of my fellow commissioners are excited about moving forward with road pricing, and we're excited to hear what everyone has to offer today. So with that, I will turn it over to the other Leanne. We had said, never in my life, I don't think, have I ever been in a room with another Leanne up here. So Chair Randolph, I'll turn it over to you.
It's true. And then we can have a debate about the proper spelling. So thank you so much, Chair Eager, and the commission for hosting us at today's meeting, for all the staff who pulled this together. I know it's not easy. And super excited to welcome our new board members and commissioner to their first joint meeting. So looking forward to the day. As I think all of you know, CARB released its 2022 scoping plan update last December. It will set the course for achieving carbon neutrality by 2045 as directed by the legislature and governor in the landmark climate package that was passed last year. And we know that the transportation sector is the largest contributor of all of the sectors to our greenhouse gas emissions here in California. So moving away from the extraction, refining, and use of fossil fuels is going to be a critical goal for the state of California. And we can reduce the use of fossil fuels through zero emission vehicles, but we are also, as Chair Eager mentioned, we also need to think about how we are reducing driving in the state of California, how we can build more sustainable communities. As CARB found in our draft SB 150 report, regions in California continue to fall short in reducing GHG emissions. And that's partly due to the lack of affordable housing options near jobs and transit. California's built environment continues to force residents to drive long distances to their jobs and their destinations. And so a key way of addressing this is to accelerate infill housing development. Promoting infill housing development in an affordable way is critical to reducing transportation cost burdens and improving equity in our communities. So we're super excited to have today's discussion about HCD's work to improve California's regional housing needs allocation process. In addition to addressing California's housing shortage, continued collaboration on the RHNA process is also necessary to achieve our climate goals. And we're also very excited to hear today's presentations on the road charge program and regional transportation pricing strategies. Accurately and equitably pricing use of California's roads and highways and tapping new sources of revenue for multimodal options is critical to meeting these climate goals. Unfortunately, our existing transportation systems are mispriced, leading to excess travel demand, traffic congestion, and air pollution. And these burdens disproportionately impact lower income families and communities of color. So for these reasons, the scoping plan, the draft SB 150 report, and the Strategic Growth Council's AB 285 report all call for pricing strategies that better reflect the costs and benefits that each mode of travel creates for California. As we hear from regional agencies today about their pricing strategies, I hope we can collectively identify overarching issues where the state can play a role in making these strategies successful. I want to recognize that none of these ambitions can be realized without our three agencies' continued commitment to staff-level action-oriented collaboration. I'm pleased to see that today's joint meeting continues our new routine of identifying specific actions that can be taken in response to joint meeting discussions and then reporting those actions back out at the next joint meeting. And I want to acknowledge and thank my counterparts at CTC and HCD for your respective agencies' efforts to make this collaboration truly meaningful. By turning discussions like today into thoughtful, results-driven action, we can break new ground to advance our climate, transportation, and housing goals together. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair Eager.
Thank you so much. So next we will have the director of HCD, Gustavo Velasquez, and you can join us in your opening remarks.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here for the first time in person. Thank you to the commission and the board. I feel so honored that I'm sitting in the middle of both chairwomen of such a important, consequential board and commission for the present and the future of the state.
You don't mind if
And-
we call you Leanne, do you?
I do. But I want to thank the staff also of the commission and the board and the team here of HCD that is with me. I also see Secretary Mishaki online. I heard that he wasn't feeling great. I hope, Secretary, you feel better. We need you really active and healthy up and down the state. And all of our guests, welcome. I just want to say we are joining again in partnership with CARB and CTC on a number of issues. I think our partnership has been working really, really well. Today, HCD will provide a presentation on what we're calling California's Housing Future 2040, the next regional housing needs allocation, or RENA. We will be using that term time and time again. You probably have seen that acronym many, many times. Sometimes you see it as a controversial. We're here to debunk some of the myths. We want everybody to feel very excited about the acronym RENA. For those who are new, I know we have some new members of CARB. RENA is one of the critical functions that HCD performs every 4 years. We work closely with demographers and economic analysts from the Department of Finance and other state agencies, and more importantly, with regional councils, all regional councils of government. RENA is essentially the first few planning steps that California governments must utilize to determine and allocate housing needs. And by law, we are required to engage with a broad range of stakeholders to determine what is working in terms of, the process that leads to determining that RENA, the allocation. And we are grateful because in previous conversations with Chairwoman Randall, we've talked about making these meetings more actionable. So what we're doing today is, as part of that stakeholder engagement, we want to bring a presentation of RENA today and really ask for feedback from each of the members. We will be, obviously this won't be the first opportunity, but we want to present some questions for you that helps us, begin analyzing again what is working and what is not of the RENA on the RENA process. As I have said in the past and will continue to lift up, California has a significant housing gap. How significant is it? It is 2.5 million homes, of which more than 1 million should be set aside for people with low and moderate incomes. That's how large the gap is. And make no mistake about it, this is evidence time and time again by rigorous, credible, independent research. The reason why homelessness is so acute in the state of California is, first and foremost, because of the shortage of affordable housing. That is the #1 reason that crisis is so acute in our state. We are short 2.5 million new homes. That's the housing that the state of California ought to create roughly between now and year 2030 to stabilize the housing market. And when I say stabilize, what does that mean? To bring down the exorbitant cost of housing that is affecting everybody, really, even, affluent households, but especially crushing working families that have to earn $40 an hour to afford the median asking rent price average in the state of California of roughly over $2,000 a month. So the RENA is so important because it's tied, it's really tied to that 2.5 million goal of homes that have to be created. Now, we are making tremendous progress. We're making tremendous progress primarily for 2 reasons. One, we have unprecedented historic commitment through the budget of state legislature and Governor Newsom in investments in affordable housing. And also the state legislature has passed model legislation that streamlines, accelerates the production of housing. And with that comes accountability at the local level to make sure that local governments are producing their fair share of housing. Every local jurisdictions need to produce a fair share of homes across the income spectrum. And we are making progress. Last year, the state of California permitted approximately 130,000 new homes. We haven't seen that level of permitting of new homes, so meaning approval so that people come and occupy those homes. We haven't seen that in roughly 7 or 8 years. So the investments are working, just state subsidy, just housing that is created through state appropriated dollars with help of the federal government, has created roughly in the Newsom administration about 60,000 new units of housing, and 20,000 more are in the pipeline. So progress is being made. We have to continue the momentum. This year, just HCD alone will put out about $3 billion in funding for more housing, but we need to stay focused on that momentum. Of course, the revenue forecast doesn't look as great. So obviously things could change on the funding side in the years to come. So we have to use the momentum right now and continue to accelerate, streamline the production of housing. Now, why is RHNA so important in this context? And I will end with this. Well, if there's one takeaway that I would like everybody to leave from me, from this meeting, just one takeaway is this. RHNA is very helpful for the air that we breathe in the state of California. It's extremely helpful. When we determine this allocation up and down the state of California, we do so nowadays in a way that is going to drastically reduce car use. And we know how important that is for ARB in their efforts to reduce GHGs and advance our very ambitious climate goals that are, the most ambitious probably that we have seen ever. And so we have deliberately, intentionally, and we will continue to do so, look at RHNA as a way to continue to advance our transportation and climate goals. I think we are all aligned in that goal, in that effort, and we want to make sure that we get the input that is necessary from the commission, from the board, to see how we can recalibrate things. But just rest assured that our commitment is that we continue to see RHNA as an opportunity where we build that housing, where we produce the housing opportunities with an equity framework, yes, but where in a way that we reduce vehicle miles travels and we improve the quality of air in the state of California. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to let me be here.
Yes. Thank you so much, Director Velasquez, and thank you for reiterating what Chair Randolph and I also talked about, is that this truly is a partnership. And it takes not just the three of our organizations, but many others, but also that there's action items at the end, that we're not meeting just to meet. We're meeting because there are goals that we need to meet and adhere to. And so we have a commitment as we move forward to act on those action items. So thank you so much. At this time, I would like to acknowledge, there he is, Secretary Omashakin. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I was looking forward to joining everybody there this morning, really looking forward to this meeting, but I woke up super early, probably still from a lot of travel jet lag and feeling extremely under the weather. So I think it's probably best that I spare people from anything that I may possibly have attained. So that's why I'm here remote. So a very good morning, everybody. Again, thank you, Chair Eager, Chair Randolph, Director Velasquez, for your very impactful and focused work on the people of the state and the environment. I also want to thank some of the local and regional partners that are present this morning. Thank you as well for all of your work, and to the CTC staff that's present, that's been working on setting up this meeting. Thank you as well. Also to new board members and commissioners, congratulations as you step into these very important roles for our state. So the ongoing collaboration between our agencies is vital on the work on behalf of the people of the state. With our goals in clear alignment, it's the coordination and consistency within our multi-agency partnerships that will help us attain the solutions we need. One example of where many of our agencies and departments working together is the Transportation and Housing Coordination Working Group. The important nexus of Housing, Transportation, and Climate sits at the foundation of this work group. Many of the difficult policy questions at the intersection of our work, of the work within these agencies, is led by CalSTA, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, my dear colleague, Secretary Ramirez, and it provides a formal structure for the coordination of transportation and housing programs and policy. It's directed by a steering committee, which I and many of the agency department heads here sit on. Our reliance on such strong partnership is necessary in meeting the climate goals for our state. Partnerships and shifting to today's agenda, we're going to hear from many local and regional partners on the great work that they're doing to help implement roadway pricing strategies. But they're not the only ones working on these issues. The governor has challenged CalSTA and Caltrans to reduce congestion through innovative strategies that encourage Californians to not depend on cars or and other modes of transportation, and increase other modes of transportation to reduce VMT and GHG emissions. Also, you will hear today in this meeting about roadway pricing as not just a strategy to do that. We're supporting the development and expansion and implementation of roadway pricing to support this approach. Although roadway pricing is one of the most effective strategies for reducing VMT and GHG emissions, it can also raise serious questions and concerns about equity, which Chair Randolph and Chair Eager have both touched on this morning. We're tackling those concerns about equity head on at CalSTA and Caltrans through the Roadway Pricing Working Group. CAPTI established this working group in 2021 to make equitable roadway pricing a statewide reality. This working group enables us to identify and provide recommendations for equitable roadway pricing pathways. It also supports our efforts to achieve equitable and sustainable transportation and climate goals. Pricing encourages people to choose more sustainable travel options like carpooling and transit, and generates revenue to invest directly in those options. As you heard from Chair Randolph, I want to echo the language in CARB's 2022 scoping plan. We will not meet our statewide climate goals without equitable roadway pricing. A related but independent or separate effort is also underway that you will hear about today. It's called Road Charge, or RC. Additionally, as you know, the state has been investigating the use of RC as an alternate to the gas tax for funding roadway pricing, roadway maintenance, and repair. Just last Thursday, we officially launched a pilot study that will explore GPS technology and its accuracy at distinguishing between public and private roads. This is a very important issue for our tribal communities as well as the agricultural community in our state. The Road Charge program that team at Caltrans has been working with other relevant state entities as expressed in SB 339. The team has completed research to understand the relevant burden of gas taxes and mileage-based RC across various social demographics and geographic dimensions, with the goal of applying those learnings to create a proposed RC system that elevates equity. Our hope is that one day together, pricing tools and roadway pricing and road user charge will serve different but complementary purposes to help fund and provide efficient transportation to all, while helping us achieve our climate goals. I can't overstate, we can only succeed in achieving these goals through partnership, state, regional, local agencies working together, including with our federal partners, to build these projects, which is why I'm excited to hear from all of our partners present in this meeting today. Together, we can make this vision of a more equitable, sustainable transportation system a reality for all Californians. Again, thank you, CTC, CARB, and HCD for your hard work today and going forward. The work you do in improving our transportation system is invaluable. It's truly a privilege to push forward and push hard with all of you and your tireless teams as we fight for the health of our environment and the people of our state. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair Eager.
Thank you so much, Secretary Omashakin. And, we wanted to say a special thank you to you too for your continued leadership in collaboration, in equity, in moving the state forward. I'm sorry you're not here with us, but we certainly wish you well and go rest because we need you out in the state ensuring that we were able to move all of these projects forward. So thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Appreciate it.
So before we move on with our next agenda, do we have any public comment on our opening statements?
Chair Eager, I said no indication of public comment at this time.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, our progress report, and interim executive director, Tanisha Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Eager. First, I want to say thank you to the commission for bestowing your support in me. It's an honor to be up here with all of you. Second, I just want to commend all of the teams for the work that we've done to get here, especially my own CTC team. I know you all have been working very hard. I've been at Disneyland and I could show up because our team is awesome. So thank you for all of that work.
So now you're in the second happiest place on earth.
I am.
But it's not a Mickey Mouse operation.
So this is a recurring item that we have at each joint meeting to highlight the work that happens in between the joint meetings by staff from our 3 agencies. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to provide some updates on items that we heard at our last joint meeting, which was held in Riverside on November 3rd, 2022. At that meeting, our commissioners, board members, and HCD leadership heard presentations on the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI, implementation report, the excess state land for affordable housing program, and the Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridors assessment. Next slide, please. Following the last joint meeting, where we had a really great discussion, CalSTA finalized the first annual CAPTI implementation report. CalSTA will bring forward an update on CAPTI implementation annually to the joint meeting, with the next update anticipated in November 2023. Next slide, please. Since the November 2022 meeting, HCD has made substantive progress with its work on excess sites. In February 2023, HCD procured a statewide parcel database and is focused on identifying state-owned parcels to create a comprehensive inventory of the state's land holdings and building out a prototype of the GIS model used to evaluate sites. HCD introduced the excess site screening and prioritization tool to CARB in December 2022 and identified possible opportunities for alignment with the data inputs used in CARB's housing scenario planning project. HCD and CARB plan to reconvene in May 2023 to review the draft site screening methodology and gather inputs on the preliminary screening results. Next slide, please. Since the November meeting, the Commission has made progress toward completing the SB 671 Clean Freight Corridors assessment. Commission staff, in collaboration with a consultant, the SB 671 work group, and state agencies including the California Air Resources Board, Caltrans, the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development identified the top 6 freight corridors in the state, developed 3 scenarios of zero emission freight stations needs, and created a map showing the minimum viable network needed to support zero emission trucks along the top 6 corridors. As you can see, partnership is the key term of the day, and you'll see partnership throughout between the state and the regional agencies as we move forward on the items we'll discuss today. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to provide a few updates on topics that we've discussed at previous meetings and other relevant efforts that our agencies are working on in coordination. Next slide. Since the November 3rd joint meeting, HCD has now awarded 21 additional jurisdictions with the pro-housing designation. Isn't that amazing? Congratulations, HCD. As you remember from presentations in previous meetings, the Pro-Housing Designation Program is a critical tool to meeting mutual transportation and housing goals. It rewards cities and counties that adopt pro-housing policies with additional points or other preference in the scoring of competitive housing, community development, and infrastructure programs. You can see 11 designations here, but this week doubled the number of designated jurisdictions. Also, for the first time ever, HCD will be making flexible housing funding available to all of the pro-housing jurisdictions. Next slide, please. In response to the previous joint meeting discussion, CARB is working to add pro-housing support to CARB funding programs. Draft guidelines for planning and capacity building, clean mobility in schools, and sustainable transportation equity project or STEP programs establish pro-housing planning activities as eligible for funding. This update would target assistance with developing pro-housing policies to lower resource communities as defined by income, pollution, socioeconomic, or public health concerns. Specifically, the funding would assist these communities with policy development to achieve the pro-housing designation where there is a nexus to VMT reduction. Draft guidelines are currently in a public workshop process with a final solicitation expected in late spring 2023. In addition, the Commission's draft local transportation climate adaptation program guidelines include language related to pro-housing. Under the transportation, land use, and housing goals and evaluation criterion, applicants are asked to explain how the project will advance local transportation, land use, and housing goals, including demonstrating either housing element compliance or application to the pro-housing designation program. Next slide, please. This slide highlights two efforts that are led by the Commission, but benefit from significant support from our partners at CARB and HCD. As in previous cycles, CARB and HCD staff are assisting with the review of applications for cycle 3 of the SB1 competitive programs, which includes the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, Trade Corridor Enhancement program, and the Local Partnership Competitive program. Staff recommendations for program awards will be released this summer, June 8th, as Chair Eager has already indicated. CARB and HCD staff also participate in technical work groups for the Regional Transportation Plan Guidelines update to ensure regional transportation plans are aligned with state housing and climate goals. The guidelines update is underway and is expected to conclude in December of this year. I would like to thank the team for their support once again, because without them, I'm not as good as I am up here. So thanks to the team. And that concludes my report, and I'll hand it back to you, Chair Eager.
Thank you, Director Taylor. I understand we have a public comment on this item. Will Barrett?
Here with you all today, and wow, that's loud. All right. So first off, I just want to say, how important these meetings are for collaboration. I think in the opening comments and in Tanisha, your comments just now, the coordination is really critical. And from a public health perspective, all of your agencies have a really important role to play. California, we have the worst air pollution in the nation. We've got 98% of us living in a county with unhealthy air. The transportation sector, as Chair Randolph mentioned, is #1 source of harmful air pollution in California, major source of disparities that are impacting lower income communities and communities of color throughout the state. And we know that a lot of this stems from project siting and permitting, combustion of fuels in the transportation sector, lack of access to healthy travel, and then the misalignment of public funding with our clean air goals and our climate goals. and our standards that, are set in law. So we know that the coordination is happening. It's wonderful to hear that. And we know that the climate change scoping plan, SB 150 report, the AB 285 report, the CAPTI process, all of that points to we need better alignment of transportation funding, transportation policies with health and equity. So again, I just briefly want to say that, as you're looking at policies and investments going forward, we know that the state has now embraced VMT reduction targets. We have clear climate reduction targets, federal health protective air quality standards, all of which run through essentially your agencies. So, small order, right? But as a public health agency or organization, we know that, more and more your work is impacting our ability to meet our clean air standards in a good way. The coordination is there, the policies are there, the transportation investments are shifting in the right direction, but we know we can't continue to spend any public funding on projects that move us in the wrong direction. It just, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So we encourage you to review all legacy projects for alignment with CAPTI, with the scoping plan, and really take a close look at all of this within your own purviews. And then within the coordinated effort, we really want to continue to support and be a resource to all of you and the great staff you have. But at its core, your agencies have very much a public health mission. CARB certainly does, but all of your agencies have a massive role to play in improving health and reducing disparities in California. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the updates on the coordination. It's great to hear as an advocate for clean air that our agencies are working the same direction and that it's an all of government approach to all of this. So really appreciate it and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no virtual attendees indicating they wish to comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Have any commissioners or directors? Vice Chair Gardino.
Thank you, Chair Eager. I just wanted to thank Mr. Barrett, not only for the work that he does in his own organization and for recently meeting with me and sharing some great written information, but for the work you do in collaboration with other organizations throughout our state. Having individual voices is so important, but also having those collective voices helps us to do our work even that much more effectively.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments from commissioners or directors? Thank you. Then we will move on to agenda item number 3, California Housing Future 2040, the next regional housing needs allocation. Marissa Pricey.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back with you all this morning. My name is Marissa Prassi, and I'm a senior housing policy specialist at HCD in our Housing Policy Development Division. I'm here this morning to introduce you to our California's Housing Future 2040 initiative, which focuses on recommendations for improving the regional housing needs allocation process, or RHNA, for the 7th cycle and beyond. We know that many of our stakeholders may still very much be knee-deep in the 6th cycle or RHNA or housing elements, but it's already time to start discussing the 7th cycle of RHNA. The California's Housing Future 2040 initiative will look to gather input from a variety of stakeholders on ways that HCD and the legislature may consider updating the RHNA process for the 7th cycle. The name, California's Housing Future 2040, reflects that all of the regions in California will finish their 7 cycles by approximately the beginning of 2040, and that we are now turning our eyes towards planning for the homes that will meet California's needs by 2040. In today's presentation, I will first give an overview of our current stakeholder engagement plan for the California's Housing Future 2040 initiative, and will then give a high-level overview of the RHNA process, focusing on how RHNA helps achieve our state climate goals. After that overview, I'm hoping we can open it up to a discussion on ways our agencies can better align efforts around regional transportation and housing planning to address our shared goals around climate change, housing, and equity. Next slide, please. I will now spend some time giving an overview of the different ways HCD plans to gather stakeholder input as a part of our initiative. At HCD, we know we have a variety of different types of stakeholders that will be important to engage with as a part of this process. So we've designed a stakeholder engagement plan that provides a number of different ways for HCD to hear from stakeholders. Next slide, please. I want to start off by describing how we got here today, where this initiative came from, and HCD's charge under this work. Since 1969, California has required that all local jurisdictions adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community. This requirement emerged from the national recognition during the civil rights movement that racial segregation was endemic to and greatly enabled by zoning in communities that serve discriminatory interests. Since 2017, there have been a number of impactful statutory changes, as well as process changes at HCD that have greatly increased the effectiveness of the RHNA process in the sixth cycle. And as a result, HCD believes the sixth cycle of RHNA has been successful in laying the groundwork to unlock a variety of housing opportunities across California. In particular, some of the impactful changes in the sixth cycle included seeing some regions undertake processes that engaged a much more diverse set of stakeholders. At the state, we were able to implement changes that helped to address existing pent-up housing demands for the first time, rather than only projected housing needs. In addition, statute was changed to explicitly add affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH, as a statutory objective of RHNA, resulting in more equitable RHNA allocations that are helping to unlock additional housing opportunities and foster inclusive communities. We also saw allocation methodologies that shifted future housing planning to infill areas close to jobs and amenities. And the last success that I'll highlight is that in the sixth cycle, we saw increased transparency in the allocation methodology, as for the first time, HCD was involved in reviewing Council of Governments' RHNA allocation methodologies to ensure that they aligned with the statutory objectives of RHNA. With these accomplishments and others, HCD believes the RHNA process has worked to unlock housing opportunities in California and has done so in a manner that furthers state planning priorities. But we've been given an opportunity by the legislature to make adjustments to better achieve our state goals and better account for housing needs across California. This directive stems from 2019's AB 101 to develop recommendations related to the RHNA process and methodology that promote and streamline housing development and substantially address California's housing shortage. HCD is required to submit a report on its findings and recommendations to the legislature by December 31st of this year. Next slide, please. So I'm excited to say that we are currently in the midst of our 3-month intensive stakeholder engagement period, where we are really in a listening mode to hear ideas from stakeholders on possible strategies for improving the RHNA process. We're employing a variety of stakeholder engagement strategies that are geared towards bringing together key stakeholders to brainstorm ideas for solutions to known priority areas, to assess interest in certain strategies, and to solicit advice from technical experts regarding data or technical methodological changes. These stakeholder engagement strategies include a kickoff webinar we held in March, which described the different ways members of the public can provide input. In March, we also released a public survey as the primary mode of gathering feedback from a broad audience. The survey will be open for about 8 weeks and closes on Friday, May 5th. In addition, HCD is convening a sounding board of approximately 30 technical experts and RHNA stakeholders to discuss a few specific technical questions related to the RHNA determination and allocation methodology. Our fourth strategy is, with the help of CalCog, we will be scheduling a meeting with our Council of Government partners to hear their ideas and input as it relates to some of the more process-oriented aspects of RHNA. Then our fifth stakeholder engagement strategy will involve HCD scheduling one-on-one listening sessions with many of our state agency partners. And then lastly, for any of types of stakeholder feedback that don't fall into those 5 strategies, we've created a dedicated email inbox where members of the public can send us any questions or comments. We encourage stakeholders to submit public comments to the inbox by the end of May to influence the early drafts of our recommendation report However, stakeholders are welcome to continue to submit public comments to the inbox for HCD's consideration through the early fall of this year before we submit the final report. After the stakeholder engagement period, in June, our RENA team will shift into report drafting mode. We will provide a summary of our stakeholder engagement initiative to the legislature by July 1st, with the final report with our recommendations for an improved RENA process and methodology due to the legislature by the end of the year. Next slide, please. So that provides an overview of the California's Housing Future 2040 initiative and a timeline of the work that will be our focus through the end of the year. Before jumping into a discussion of the opportunities this presents for our agencies to explore ways to better align regional housing and transportation planning, I thought it might be helpful to give an overview of what RENA is and how it helps to achieve the state's climate goals. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned, RENA stands for Regional Housing Needs Allocation and is a component of California's broader housing element law. So broadly speaking, RENA is a process by which HCD quantifies the housing need for regions across the state. Regions represented by a council of government or COG are provided a housing need determination, and the COG allocates to local governments their share of the regional housing need. Local governments not represented by a COG receive their share of the regional housing need from HCD directly. So we refer to the housing need determined for each region as the determination, and the housing need issued to local governments as the allocation. So I think it's sometimes helpful to clarify what RENA is and what it's not. So RENA is a quantification of housing needs for a region based on population growth and other factors. RENA is also a planning requirement implemented by updating the housing element. RENA is not a prediction of building permit, construction, or housing activity. It's not a ceiling of potential housing market demand or production, and it's not limited to due to existing land use capacity or growth, as rezoning is often necessary to accommodate the RENA. Next slide, please. So next, I'll walk us through that process in a bit more detail. Identifying and addressing the statewide housing need is a multi-layered process that occurs over many years. First, HCD calculates the housing need determination, the number of new housing units a region is projected to need over a period of years, with each period referred to as a cycle. In the determination phase, HCD, in consultation with the Department of Finance's Demographic Research Unit and the COG, develops the regional housing need determination for the region using a variety of data factors at least 2 years before the housing element due date. Next, in the blue, is the allocation, or how the COG or HCD for regions without a COG distributes a portion of the determination to each jurisdiction. Once jurisdictions receive their allocation, each jurisdiction updates their local housing plan, called a housing element, showing how they can accommodate their allocation. So COGS must do the technical work to develop a methodology that allocates the housing need among all local governments at least 1 year before the housing element due date. To note here, the COGS methodology must be developed in consultation with HCD, and HCD reviews the methodology to ensure it furthers the 5 statutory objectives of RENA. More on those in a minute. So once jurisdictions get their allocation, they use those numbers to update the housing need, their housing element, to demonstrate the housing need can be accommodated. Housing elements must identify and zone adequate housing sites to accommodate their share of RENA over the duration of the housing element planning period, and must include programs to encourage and facilitate housing development and remove or mitigate development constraints. Then each year, jurisdictions report annually on their housing element progress through their annual progress report. Next slide, please. So for the purposes of our California's Housing Future 2040 stakeholder engagement process and recommendation report, we will solely be focusing on these first 2 stages, the determination and allocation of the housing planning process. Topics related to the housing element will not be within the scope of this stakeholder engagement work or report. As a side note, at HCD, we know there is a lot of stakeholder interest in housing elements. While it is not statutorily required, HCD is preliminarily interested in conducting a similar stakeholder engagement initiative to hear ideas on ways to improve housing elements in the 7th cycle. But if this does occur, it wouldn't happen for another 1 to 2 years. Next slide, please. So once the determination is issued, the COG must develop a methodology to distribute the regional housing need. The distribution must further the 5 statutory objectives that are at the heart of RHNA. These 5 statutory objectives are: first, increase housing supply and mix of housing types, tenure, and affordability in an equitable manner. Second, promote infill development and socioeconomic equity, protect environmental and agricultural resources, encourage efficient development patterns, and achieve the region's greenhouse gas reduction targets provided by the State Air Resources Board. The third objective is to promote improved intra-regional jobs housing relationship, including jobs housing fit. The fourth objective is to balance disproportionate household income distributions, so more lower income RHNA to higher income areas. And lastly, affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH. Next slide, please. So now a question for the group. Which of the 5 RHNA objectives address climate change goals? Next slide, please. Well, spoiler. Next slide, please. Spoiler, they all address climate change. So let's walk through each one together. First, we know that density is key to supporting transit and walkable communities. Greater density and a mix of housing types and land uses can make transit viable and better support mixed-use communities. For the second objective, I won't belabor it for this group, it's right there in the text, but this objective is all about promoting infill development, encouraging efficient development patterns, and reducing greenhouse gases in line with the state planning priorities. The third objective, which focuses on access to jobs, is directly related to commuting. By locating more housing near job centers and local amenities, people tend to drive less and reduce their vehicle miles traveled. The fourth objective, which requires RHNA allocations to balance disproportionate household income distributions, is similar to the third objective. The more that our communities are stratified by income, the more you get disproportionate commuting lengths for low-income families and individuals. Think about gardeners or childcare providers. You still need service workers everywhere, and so when low-income workers can't afford to live near their place of employment, driving increases. By structuring RHNA allocation methodologies to balance disproportionate household income distributions, we reduce VMT. Lastly, with AFFH, as all of our agencies know from our equity work over the years, shaping regional planning with an equity lens is a tide that raises all boats and leads to better outcomes for everyone, but particularly disadvantaged communities most impacted by the effects of climate change, especially as it relates to addressing the housing shortage and climate crises. Next slide, please. So to sum up the previous slide, in the 6th cycle, aided by some of those changes made in 2017, the RHNA statutory objectives and allocation methodologies prioritize infill development, transit supportive densities, building housing closer to jobs and daily destinations, mixed income communities, and equitable access to opportunity. Changing land use patterns to meet housing, economic, and climate goals is at the heart of RHNA. These changes to land use patterns more holistically address climate change by reducing vehicle miles traveled and allowing for greater housing opportunities near jobs and opportunity. If we don't focus on land use changes that promote density in location efficient areas, some communities will never be dense enough to support transit or meaningfully reduce VMT. So the RHNA and SES are supposed to be in alignment and in many ways are striving towards similar goals. However, our staff believe there are a few places where alignment could be improved, and we look forward to hearing ideas on how to improve alignment during the discussion portion of our conversation, as well as during ongoing conversations with CARB and CTC staff. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it over to the chair to open public comment, after which I have prepared a few questions to help facilitate our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. And I do have to say, I apologize for not pronouncing your name correctly because the CTC staff did write it in here exactly as I was supposed to pronounce it. So I apologize to all of you. I guess I should read what I have here in front of me. But do we have any public comment on this particular item?
Yes, I do see one attendee with their hand raised at this time. We have Scott Littlehale. Scott, you should be free to comment at this time.
Thank you very much. My name is Scott Littlehale. I'm Executive Research Analyst for the NorCal Carpenters Union. And I served on the RENA Methodology Committee for ABAG MTC for the 6th cycle, which was a valuable experience, getting a holistic picture of the process. One thing that arose for the 9-county Bay Area was that in considering the obstacles or constraints for achieving regional housing needs assessment allocations was the absence of a focus on the capacity of the construction sector, particularly with regard to residential construction workers to produce the needed numbers of units. We introduced that concept early on so that it was ensured that when local government agencies were surveyed about constraints, that would be included. And it turned out to be the 3rd top concern as a constraint. I would recommend that the HCD and the construction of RENA guidelines recommend that agencies similarly take that into account, not only at the outset, but to come up with ongoing measurements, because it's quite possible and likely that there will be efforts to incorporate workforce development components for housing development in housing elements themselves within individual local jurisdictions. And we don't want those to run afoul of or be interpreted as running afoul, but rather be complementary with the statutory objectives of the regional housing needs determinations and allocations. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing this work.
Thank you, Scott. Any other public comment, Justin?
Just got a question, we're checking.
Yeah, sorry, one just came in just at that moment, so I just wanted to verify. It's from an anonymous attendee. They write, does RENA address how we develop housing in consideration for climate vulnerable areas like the coast or fire hazard areas? Or is that left to cities to do in their housing plan? Thank you.
Did you want to address that, Marissa?
Let me pull up my notes on this. So the short answer is there are a number of factors that the councils of governments, the COGs that develop the allocation methodologies, are also to consider in addition to the 5 statutory objectives of RENA. Some of those include, housing opportunities and constraints. So, availability of suitable land, considering alternate zoning, as well as preserved protected land, emergency evacuation route capacity, wildfire risk, sea level rise, and other impacts caused by climate change. So those are factors that councils of government can consider as they are shaping their allocation methodologies. But at the end of the day, the allocation methodologies, at the heart of it are those 5 objectives of RENA. And so through some of those, it also addresses it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other virtual attendees indicating they wish to comment on this item at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any commissioners or directors that would like to comment? Yes, Commissioner Norton.
Thanks. I want to thank you for a very thorough presentation. And I wanted to ask, given how you walked us through this, how is it that cities are not meeting their RENA objectives? In what ways do they fail? Is it that they're predicting wrong? Are they identifying sites incorrectly? Are they not thinking about all the ways in which RENA is trying to help them? Because what I am hearing is so many cities saying, once again, we're getting dinged for our RENA analysis. What, can you just tell us how people aren't making the grade and what you're doing about it?
I think you want to talk about the housing element versus the RENA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll first say, so my work is focusing on the RENA and things we're considering for the 7th cycle. I think your comment, it's more online with the housing element topics, which is out of the scope of this current stakeholder engagement initiative.
But we can still speak.
We can still, yeah,
Yeah.
Megan will speak to it. I'm not the person to though.
Yeah. Why don't I switch spots with you
Yeah.
just so the mic picks me up, but. Thank you, Commissioner Norton. I should introduce myself. Thank you. Like 3 people told me and I still didn't do it. My name is Megan Kirkby. I'm our Deputy Director for Housing Policy and have met the Commissioner before, so I forgot to introduce myself. But on this, it is a really interesting part of what's going on right now is because the way we do housing planning in the state is over this 8-year-long period. And so we are still very much in the 6th cycle, which is a wonky term, but basically in this period of time where a lot of the changes Marissa talked to are really coming to fruition for the first time. And so what you're hearing about we did this 2.5 million number, that trickles down to these regional governments and then trickles down to these local governments to actually plan for that housing. And so, again, it goes over a long period of time, but San Diego's really at the front and then the San Joaquin Valley is really at the end. And so we're kind of in the Southern California Bay Area region hotspot right now of them trying to fulfill those planning objectives. And it's not, did they actually build the housing? And that's something I need to say over and over again is this is planning capacity. And then to some of the public comment as well, every local government must identify the constraints that are governmental constraints to that housing actually happening, as well as non-governmental constraints like the market, et cetera. And they need to come up with programs that are going to encourage that housing to happen. But again, what's within their control? Nothing outside of their control, only do the analysis, figure out what it would take to sort of encourage that housing to happen. And as long as that plan is in place and they're doing what's in their control, they're going to be okay. And so that's to say, it is absolutely within a local government's control to meet this RENA, but we also acknowledge it's a lot of change. And, you know, our director has said this very well before, but we're coming out of the cycles before this, you know, frankly, not using a very good methodology to estimate housing need. And there were problems in the allocation, I think, that caused statutory changes to happen. You know, famously, some pretty wealthy jurisdictions got housing goals of three new homes. That's all we're asking you for over an 8-year period. And wealthy jurisdictions tended to get goals of 3. Less wealthy jurisdictions were getting goals of 3,000. That wasn't a really equitable distribution methodology. And you know, you say things in the press enough, the legislature is going to hear you say those things and they're going to change the law. And so a lot of the jurisdictions that are struggling right now are encountering a lot of loopholes that got closed, a lot of methodologies that got better, but that's going to be if you had to plan for 3 homes last go around and this time you have 1,500 to plan for, that's a rezone, that's a lot of change to be going through. And so we also put out $600 million in planning grants to help people through this change. That's never been done before in a cycle. We provide huge amounts of TA to help them get there. That said, there are people who are struggling. And so to that effect, we know there are some jurisdictions still kind of edging that way. And unfortunately, you know, you can see the numbers on our website of who's in and out of compliance. What sometimes you don't see there is who hasn't tried at all versus who's maybe on like their 4th go around. And like, you know, go around number 1, they put in some stuff we were never going to be able to say yes to, right? But you're kind of going through those, you know, stages of grief. and maybe by now you're kind of toward the end of like, okay, you know, truthfully, we know we need to replan for housing. If we want a community that makes sense, if we want to maintain jobs, if we want to see homelessness stop growing in our community, if we want to actually have walkable communities, we've got to actually get on board with some of this. And so, You can see we have like, nifty little charts on our website of who's where they are. And then we do have all the letters there. I think that's something that also gets lost sometimes is by state law, we have to give you our feedback on your housing plan within 90 days for your first submission and 60 days for subsequent. And that has to be a complete roadmap. We aren't allowed to come back to you later and come up with, well, actually, we told you you only had to do this, but now we don't like this part. We can't do that. We have to give you our complete findings. So every letter, and you'll kind of see this if you get nerdy and start looking at housing element review letters, as I do. But they'll go from 14 pages to 6 pages to 2 pages, and then we're at compliance. And so people are getting there. We're at the stage where consequences are beginning to kick in as people have been more than a year past their due date, right? And those consequences will escalate if we really see a jurisdiction stop trying. And that's where we really draw the differentiation is, are you working with us in earnest to get compliant, to make these changes, or have you kind of given up? And that's where our housing accountability unit will become into the picture if this is really about not working together, not working in partnership to do what's in our control to get a compliant housing element. So that's a long-winded answer to your really great question, but to connect it to Marissa's presentation, Marissa is beginning to think about this next cycle. So, as I said, San Diego's at the front. We need to have these conversations now in order to set that next housing goal for the next go round. Because the last thing we want is to have San Diego be under a different methodology than Southern California, and then you all work with COGS. They wouldn't like that very much if they're all held to different standards. So we need to have these conversations now in advance of that next 8-year period. That's about 2 years away right now from really being there. Yeah.
Well, this is fascinating and I want to thank you. No, seriously, because really input and information, I mean, that's something that CTC is really, part of. We love having this constant feedback loop. And sometimes without that constant feedback loop, we don't know what's going on. So I really admire what you're doing with HCD to get that feedback loop and start really learning about what kind of housing is needed, where, how. This is fascinating, and obviously we want to partner with you, but I think it's really helpful to find out how certain cities are saying this works and certain cities aren't, and so that we can go back and say, okay, participate in these opportunities for input, but also realize everybody's got to be working on this, and we want to help, align now the transportation and housing and some of our state laws so that we can actually help you make more, help it reduce VMT, get those greenhouse gas emissions down and air quality up, but have the cities stop talking about like, we're having to do this boo-hoo versus this is how we grow. Everybody needs to be doing their part. And so I really, really appreciate a thorough answer and both of your work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I wouldn't go anywhere if I were you. I have a list here.
Oh, great. Perfect. Well, I will tag team this, but we'll
Sparked
tag
a
team
lot of
this a bit.
interest, so thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Randolph.
I just had a quick question about something Director Velasquez alluded to, which is going back and looking at the pent up demand. Can you kind of talk a little bit about because it sounds like it was originally designed to consider sort of the forward needs as population grows. So I'm curious how you're incorporating kind of that pent up need in the process.
Do you want to take this or I can? Either way.
Why don't you do it?
So this is something that kind of had been in law for a long time, but had probably been underutilized. And the way, again, sort of a nerdy term, but we're in the 6th iteration of this. And so for iterations 1 through 5, the way the methodology worked was we pretended that there was no housing crisis. So we pretended there was enough housing for every single person, every household that existed. Let's just think about the growth we expect to happen in California and plan for that. Well, plans have a way of working such that if we plan for 100 homes, we might get 70. And because of some of the loopholes, maybe we were only getting 50 homes for every 100 we were planning for. So each cycle we were getting further and further behind of where our planning actually needed to be. And actually, in this, exactly what Marissa is doing happened about 10 years ago before we did the 6th cycle. And a lot of demographers really laid out the problem of we're just in this we're never gonna have enough housing, and we're having actually really significant loss of population and loss of households as a result in California. And so the statute had some things that were incorporated into the RENA to think about this pent up demand. And so those items were the vacancy rate, really looking at, you know, what is a healthy vacancy rate and how far away are we from that healthy vacancy rate? And so basically adding to our sort of plan for how much housing we need, how much extra housing will we need to get toward, you know, what the demographic and economic community kind of think of more as a healthy vacancy rate. And most of California is not in that situation. You know, they're in very, very low vacancy rates that don't kind of show a healthy housing market. The other items are overcrowding. You know, there's no such thing as healthy overcrowding. We know it exists and is correlated in certain communities, but it's often a signal of a lack of affordable housing when we see high rates of overcrowding. And so the methodology also looked at you know, what is the national rate of overcrowding compared to, you know, what that's at in California. And that differential, so not even taking it to zero overcrowding, but like just saying, what would it take to get us to the national average of overcrowding? So that was sort of added to the methodology as like a buffer for like that pent up demand. Along the way, so after San Diego, a statutory change was made that changed two things. One, it added cost burden as one of these things that we needed to look at in terms of pent up demand. Cost burden is another sort of nerdy term, but really looks at how much of a person of a household income is going to housing costs every month. And cost burden is really important if you're in housing because it's basically the _1 predictor of homelessness. When people are spending way too much of their income on housing, they cannot weather economic shocks. We are going to see huge spikes in homelessness because you're one car breakdown away from losing your ability to pay your rent. But we also know cost burden has a big impact on home ownership. When people don't have any buffer, they can't put away money to pay for a down payment and they can't move into home ownership. So cost burden is the other sort of factor identifying pent up demand here is we looked at the national averages for renter, or we looked at the national averages for cost burden and basically said, what would it take us to be in that space? But cost burden is actually such an impactful factor. And because it came a little mid-cycle, we used a fairly conservative way to add cost burden into the methodology. That's something I think will probably come up in the stakeholder discussions about 7th cycle is, did we maybe underplay the importance of cost burden in this methodology? So again, a long-winded answer to your very nice question, but I like talking about this. I was Marissa 10 years ago, so I got to work on our 6th cycle version and get to pass the torch to her, but it's still something I like to talk about too much. So, but yes, that's how we look at pent-up demand currently. Marissa is going to have a bunch of wonderful conversations with people over the next 6 months. And maybe we're going to do it a different way, but that's why we got to have those discussions.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was very thorough. I also want to thank all three of our chairs today, Eager, Velasquez, and Randolph. For this commissioner, a lot of what you said hit it on the head. But I want to focus a bit on housing and in particular what Chair Velasquez said about that. If we don't, I'm not trying to quote you, I'm paraphrasing, I think. You can correct me, no problem. Can't hurt my feelings according to Commissioner Gardino. But that if we don't get a handle, using a very generic term, on the housing challenge crisis that's going on, then the goals and the needs really on climate and transportation for this commissioner, we won't reach them. But I wanted to drill in, and hopefully I'm not working ahead because I think you were going to prime some conversation with some questions. So I may work ahead. I apologize. But one of the things, so in my day job for the NorCal Carpenters, we were heavily engaged in round 6, the 6th cycle. And one of the things that came out of that from local jurisdictions and governments was that, and some of this may be just a one-liner, but I believe there was some real seriousness to it, looking for more clear guidance from the state, which I believe we have an opportunity legislatively. I would like to see, and I also should say, and I want to thank CTC staff in particular for a lot of help every week on these very important issues. But the CARB, CTC, and HCD to work in alignment, and I appreciate this meeting and actually talking about action items teed off from our last meeting. So it's very, for me, it brings a lot of optimism. But to have an aligned effort to bring a better awareness to local governments on legislative tools that are currently available to go towards these goals. Real example, so it's not just talk, is Assembly Bill 2011.
Yep.
That was passed last year. Urban Footprint, that organization did a study that talked certainly about how do we start to address the 2.5 million housing shortage, somewhere around 1 million. This is probably being too conservative. I think it's bigger, but towards affordable and ultra affordable needed yesterday, needed a year ago, 5 years ago. So a tremendous challenge there, but also looking at it, their study came back with that it would use 40% less water, right, in the commercial corridors where housing can happen under AB 2011, and also lower greenhouse gases by upwards of 45% in those areas along underused, utilized commercial corridors. So I believe it's a real opportunity for the 3 agencies to work together towards that and education. And frankly, a little campaigning here, maybe by accident, but that for the local governments that, you know, I lived in San Francisco for a long time, very involved in San Francisco. I know it's not the only area, but the process of developing housing there is nightmarish to move it, to say it lightly. I almost said something I wouldn't want to say in public.
Yeah.
But there's another element to it, and I'll echo certainly one of the public commenters about this. There's another issue in housing that I believe we need to take into consideration, like we do often in transportation, in that the workforces currently in most housing of the type we're talking about, urban infill, that workforce is subject to an underground economy and a type of exploitation that adds to exactly what we're trying to address based on the opening remarks of our very qualified chairs. You talk about equity, you talk about pulling up underprivileged communities, you talk about opportunity and workforce and work centers, et cetera. That's another thing I want to put into the agenda, so to speak, as we have this conversation. Currently, that overall residential workforce hovers around 290 or 300,000 workers that again are in the most 90% easily are in the underground economy. It's, if not 100%, almost 100% minority workforce, folks of color doing that work. So, and also subjected to the overcrowding, also subjected to the threat of homelessness and the quote super commute, which I actually find that as an offensive term as a representative of carpenters, because you look at those long commutes in SoCal and NorCal and the lineup of construction workers coming in. Why are they in that commute? Because of the lack of housing and not housing policy. And I appreciate your honesty on that, how it used to be approached to address that issue.
Yeah.
Right? Not everyone will want to live in the urban core, and that's okay. We're a very diverse state. I'm looking at Chair Eager. We had this conversation some months back about you can go experience quite the commute if you want to get from living in Visalia to the job centers in Fresno. So we need to approach this in many different ways. But I've gone on long enough, but I just want to raise a few issues there, so to speak, and maybe some action items we could discuss.
Yes,
on bringing some support and education to the local governments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. I see Tanisha writing down notes for next meeting that we're looking, workforce could be one of our topics, right? And how that ties in with housing. At this time, I would like to call on Board Member Pacheco Warner, my friend and colleague from the Central Valley.
Thank you.
Nice to be with you all virtually. So, just thank you for your participation. I have a couple of things. On the one hand, I would, for the scope of joint group and director's comments, Director Velasquez comments early on, I'd love to hear more about working our together, or if more formalized.
Board Member Pacheco Warner, you're going in and out. We're not hearing exactly your comments or your question.
Maybe she can type it in.
Oh, hello.
Can you type it into the chat, maybe?
You hear me?
About every other word.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Can I try to join back and maybe I'll go after Dr. Quark?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we did have Board Member Krakoff had his hand up previously. Does he still want to make a comment?
Yes, how's my audio, okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you, Chair Eager. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today. I just wanted to give a shout out to Director Velasquez and Marissa and that whole terrific team of women up there before you working on the RENA. Just an anecdote here, I happen to teach a land use law at Loyola Law School, and I've brought in a bunch of guest lecturers, including one of the land use attorneys that just filed 14 builders remedy projects in Santa Monica. And I think some of the folks there at the table know what I'm talking about. But just want to emphasize the energetic and active nature of Director Velasquez and HCD right now. And I heard that directly from the speakers. We're hearing it in all the lectures. 5-10 years ago, I don't think folks maybe knew what HCD was. But those days are completely over. And I think it's in part because of legislation like AB 828 and 1771 and 686 that have really beefed up and made more equitable how we do the RENA. And of course at CARB, we know that our work on electrification and moving towards a greener transportation sector is, the most important work in state government. But that's our parochial nature. What you folks are doing at HCD, there probably is nothing more important in all of state government, and the commitment that you're showing, all the letters that you're writing, the increased budget and great staffing and terrific staff that you have, I believe are really moving the needle on this. And if we're going to be able to solve our housing crisis in California, it's definitely going to be because of the work that you're doing at your agency on RENA, backed up by the Attorney General as well. So I just wanted to applaud these efforts in the field. As a practicing land use lawyer, I can see it's making a huge difference. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do, but keep it up. And I just wanted to give that shout out, if I could, Chair Yeager. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Board Member Krakow. Next, we have Board Member Quirk. Dr. Quirk, are you?
Yes.
There we go. We can hear you.
Oh, good. I just wanted to say some good things about the voters of the state. That by and large, we are electing to our legislature, to our city councils, pro-housing people. I don't think that was the case 20 years ago. It was somehow or another, it was environmentally the right thing to do to not approve new housing. But the idea now that it is the environmentally correct thing to improve new housing near transit. And in the city of Hayward, where I was on the city council, We have a completely pro-housing city council. And city councils like this and most of the city councils across the state, I believe, are pro-housing. We do have our bad examples, but I think that it is a good thing electorally. It's a good thing for our cities that we have the RENA process. It is supported by the people of this state by and large. And I just wanted to congratulate the people of the state and the people involved in the RENA process. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Quirk. We'll go back and try Board Member Pacheco Warner.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, much better.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. So I was saying that I'd love to hear more about and maybe what Director Velasquez said in his comments about how we're working together already as staff to think about the intersection of CARB's work and this process, and in particular when it comes to the intersection or sometimes conflict between VMT and AFFH, and thinking through some of those issues of affordability and opportunity at the same time as we're thinking about lowering our VMTs. So that's the first thing. And then on RENA, I really feel like it's so refreshing to see this process. As I looked at some of the things happening in different places throughout the San Joaquin Valley in past times, what we really were facing with, which is probably what many others are facing with throughout the state, I can only speak through the data that I saw year after year, was really an affordability crisis rather than a stock crisis, because year after year there was an overshooting of goals in the above moderate income allocations, while lower income remained very close to zero in many of these places. And so one of the things in talking anecdotally to affordable housing builders was about the difficulty to be permitted to do that type of affordable housing infill type units versus new suburban above market sprawl. And so I hope that this new conversation will also bring that into its sphere of how we help the local governments to do that better. And the last thing I just wanted to say, which is a comment, is just I know that we're doing this dramatic, world-changing zero-emission transition, and yet, the people living near freeways, interchanges, and major traffic passageways do continue to be disproportionately impacted poor communities of color. And so I hope that we can work together across all agencies to ensure that housing allocations, as we see them come in from different governments throughout the state, that they're thoughtful around the equity of place, and that transportation doesn't further impact these communities for the sake of economic development. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And excuse me. And we have Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Chair Yeager, and appreciate very much this presentation. Thank you to HCD staff and Director Velasquez for this very robust conversation. It is really important in terms of how all of our agencies do our work, because this is really fundamental to I think our planning and future transportation investment in the state. And so I'm really interested, kind of honing in on, and I actually appreciate Member Pacheco Werner's comments on affordability in housing and how that affects quality of life, particularly to folks that have been, disproportionately impacted by the price of housing in California. But also, the proximity of our work sites to housing. I'm really interested in this objective that was articulated in the presentation that Marissa made on promoting improved jobs housing relationship, because if we can in a thoughtful way, and obviously not all job sites are conducive, hopefully into the future, as technologies and more clean jobs come online, how do we thoughtfully encourage more jobs to be located near housing and vice versa, so that we can reduce the amount of time getting from A to B, and that also, by the way, informs how we at CTC and the other transportation agencies plan into the future for transportation investing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Board Member Guerra?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the staff and every agency here. I would like to, first off, also recognize the comments made by Commissioner Bradshaw about wage theft and the true exploitation. My family and I as immigrants, we've seen that personally, so I want to elevate that and make sure that doesn't fall behind. But my comments are more specific to how we can continue the good work of increasing the rigor and enforcement of RENA, and the necessity for that, for it to encourage the changes and advances that have happened on, say, for example, one thing I'm very proud of our region here is the commercial corridor revitalization efforts, and specifically the Green Means Go, which I believe is a true intersectionality between transportation, housing, and climate change. And I couldn't thank all the staff at SACOG here without their effort that brought in even the rural communities, not just suburban and urban, to find a pathway forward. And also to thank the members of the legislature for funding and the governor's office for funding the initial start of the Green Means Go program. But without a true or a way to enforce and have a strong arena process, then there's still the cost of infill and the cost of commercial corridor revitalization is still becomes a challenge if we don't have every jurisdiction focused on doing their part. It is still too easy to continue the greenfield expansion if we don't have a true and rigorous RENA process. So I'd like to, for future conversation, look at how do we continue to expand and support this commercial corridor revitalization where there is very underutilized land, but more so when it's specific to the RENA process, how do we maintain that rigor, and how does the state engage in that enforcement level to make sure that every city as well, not only just on helping their staff, and I know smaller cities may not have the staff that they have, but assisting those staffs, but then also making sure that the enforcement is there. And if there's any comments on where the HCD and the state is moving on enforcement, I'd like to hear those.
Absolutely. I think, something we're very grateful to have the leadership of Director Velasquez on this. But I'm in a space where my division oversees the Housing Accountability Unit. That's something, we didn't have before a few years ago. And I think I say this a lot. I go out to the local communities all the time. I think it's really hard to be on a city council today, because often that the thing you need more than anything else is housing to keep your community going. You need it so that people can hire workers. You need people to go to coffee shops. You need people to keep your businesses thriving. You need housing to prevent homelessness. And I think most city council members know that somewhere inside them, but have to face a lot of resistance to change. And it's hard to say yes to housing. And a thing that I get to do is part of what makes me happy to wake up every morning is have the Housing Accountability Unit be the bad guy sometimes. A lot of our technical assistance requests are from local governments, you know, not just developers trying to build housing, but local governments saying, hey, it'd be really nice if you guys sent us a letter that said this is the law. Could you do that? And I'm going to do that as long as people let me, because I think it's an important part of the process. And I think, you know, it's something else that was embedded in your comments, council member, is greenfield housing right now happens partially because there are less people there to oppose that housing from happening. Something that we share a lot with our colleagues at both the Air Resources Board, the CTC, but also, you know, through broader working groups with groups like Department of Conservation, that I think if you're not in housing, sometimes you don't see it as much, but building infill housing is hard because people are trying actively to stop it from happening. Like we have to hear all the time about, you know, it's California, this is 2020s, but, you know, integration of the schools is a thing that comes up often at conversations about building new housing. And until you really see how hard we make it to build infill housing right now, and how much that community opposition stops that housing from happening, you wouldn't understand why would a developer go build greenfield housing instead of this infill housing. Well, there's a lot less in the way there. And that combined with the way that we do CEQA, the way that we do the fees around housing, et cetera, until we start to sort of deal with all of those pieces, and they are all kind of piled up on top of each other. It's not one single solution, but we have to make it easier to build infill housing, not just prevent greenfield housing from happening. Otherwise, we're going to still be in the same mess. But I think if we all work in partnership, and I mean, this gets to Dr. Quirk's comments from earlier, is really see infill housing as the environmental cause that it is, rather than something that's at odds with environmentalism. We're going to start to change that tide a little bit, and also take away some of the arguments from folks who maybe disingenuinely claim environmentalism as their reasons, when it's things like school integration that are at the heart of what they're trying to stop.
I appreciate that, and thank you for that continued effort. I'd also one last thing to say is I'd be remiss if my colleagues, if I didn't thank my colleagues on our city council for being our first pro-housing city.
First in the state.
And I want to thank Dr. Velasquez and your team for that effort. Thank you, Chair and Director.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gardino, did you have a question? Comment?
Just a quick comment. In a past role that I had, part of it was advocating for not only affordable homes, but often homes to help people who are experiencing homelessness to make that important transition. And that included actively supporting more than 300 different housing developments throughout the Bay Area, many needing multiple hearings, being accosted at 1, 2, 3 in the morning out in parking lots, and death threats, and having female members of my staff having people follow them into restrooms to scream at them. This is not for the faint of heart. And as part of the great work that you're doing, the work that the director, Leanne Velasquez, is doing. We've changed your name and your team, but also that we're all doing together. All three are now Leanne. I saw some startled looks on people's faces, but you're part of the Leanne Coalition. We have to reach out to private sector and private citizens throughout our state, because candidly, unless there are people coming up in hearings at the mic that are saying yes to council members and mayors in their communities, it is very, very hard for folks on this side of the dais to press the green button rather than the red one. So there isn't a question, there is just an encouragement to continue to engage the broader community, to be a counterbalance to well-meaning folks who are saying no.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Martinez, I believe, that has
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. In regards to the discussion question, what are some of the things we would like to see the state explore going forward with RENA? And one, I wanted to thank Director Velasquez and his amazing staff for the thorough presentation on RENA and explaining what that is and the difference between RENA and a housing element in a general plan. A lot of folks do get confused, even current elected officials. I'm a former. And so I wanted to, and a lot of times we never talk about this, but I think the one of the big issues and why a lot of communities don't want to build housing has to do with the fiscal functionality, right? Of when you build housing, how do cities actually generate revenue to pay for services, right? For police, fire, I could go on and on of what cities provide. And sometimes that is a detriment, because if you look at the current fiscal policies that the state here of California, regardless of some of the regulations from 40 years ago, which I do believe hindered local municipalities' progress to building more housing and the ending of redevelopment, is that the amount of single family homes that we have today and the amount of property tax that's being generating is not enough to sustain and or future capacity. And so I was wondering, with the planning grants that are out there and that you all have been providing in this past cycle, which I commend you for, is there any opportunity, and maybe it's already in there, is how do we actually look at revenue modeling, and then also the costs of service for local municipalities when they build that housing? Because I will tell you that when you actually look at changing your housing model types, especially near transit or near a downtown, your biggest bang for your buck is to build up. Right? Single family homes are not going to be able to do that for you today. But unfortunately, under the current systems that we are under, create a lot of confusion, but cities not wanting to move forward because they don't have the workforce, and number two, they don't have the funding to provide a greater workforce that's needed when you're building more housing. I'm a big supporter of housing, definitely to address homelessness, but we also have to look at the fiscal functionality component. And so I would ask you all, is that included currently in your planning grants that are that are through the regional councils or MPOs or COGS? Or is that something that you guys have looked at considering for future discussions in the new RENA cycle, which is 7?
It's a very good question. And I think it probably is worthy of more discussion. I don't think it'll come up too much in the regional housing needs assessment, the sort of goal setting phase of all of this, but I will say in the housing element space is certainly as part of the governmental constraints to housing that comes up a lot. I think one of the more successful efforts in recent years was really to just get to the idea of fee transparency here. So, understanding that locals are in a place of, that housing does generate costs for their communities. Fees make sense in that context. But I think one of the things the development community has tried to share is fees make sense, but they also need to be transparent and, not a surprise all the time. And so trying to get to a place, there's been several pieces of legislation to really encourage local governments to get more clear on how fees are applied and fee structures. And, that I think that's where most of the move has been. You raise other issues beyond that, so I don't want to act like that solves everything, but I think that's where some of the conversation has been in recent years. But it's a fair point, and I think something we'll continue to have conversations about for a long time is getting that fee structure right for new housing, because certainly the solution is also not, making the next new housing unit pay for the last 10,000. That we're not going to get any housing that way either. So
Yep, exactly. And I thank you for your candor and for being honest about that, because we haven't had that full on discussion, even though the locals will say that, and that's why they don't want to build housing. I do truly believe that, you know, and another comment that was made by Commissioner Bradshaw in regards to the workforce, but when we're looking at the housing element, which is very different from RENA, is that, you know, we can talk about the financing component, and also, which is making sure that we have an inclusive workforce. And so as we move things forward, is that how does HCD work closer with the California Transportation Commission, with Tokes Almashakin and others in the transportation world, so that we can, you know, leverage the opportunities? Because when I look at the federal infrastructure bill and you're looking at workforce, most of the money and the flexibility to create a workforce and capacity is going to be for transportation agencies. And so how do we leverage that with housing? So something for us to consider and think about, because I think it's about 70% that transportation agencies will be able to leverage for workforce development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Before we go to public comment, I know this discussion has already happened.
Yes,
As we look at moving on to the next item. So, you know, I just wanted to address something that Commissioner Bradshaw had brought up, that we can't forget about the people in rural California.
Yes.
And while we look at, yes, it's really important to look at housing, you know, in the urban core, and, you know, how can we continue to support that? There are a lot of communities that don't have an urban core. You know, I come from Fresno County, and we have 6,000 square miles, and we have one urban center and then 13 other cities, where as we're looking at housing and transportation and how do we tie that to the jobs that are available there, there have to be other kinds of options. And one of the things that a group of us are doing on Monday is going to look at another rural area where they're building a commercial park and industrial park and housing all around the outside, and what mitigation they're doing in order to do that. So an agreement that they had done with the companies that are coming into that park is the people who they're building the housing for get first shot at the jobs. They have a training center right next to that particular area. And they also have the ability to be able to have e-bikes and public transportation from that housing into those parks, so that they have the ability to be able to have housing and workforce right there next to, you know, where the jobs are going to be. And they're outside of a city. They're not anywhere near a major urban area. So we have to keep in mind that there are a lot of different players in this field. And so I wanted to thank Commissioner Bradshaw for making sure we remember that and that workforce piece is certainly an important piece, and having a training center right there next to it is vital in order to include folks. But I know we have a couple of other folks that wanted to have to comment on this issue.
Yes, we'll first go to the public comment that was submitted.
Could I interrupt just a second? Board Member Hurt also wanted to make a comment before public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll make it pretty quick. I wanted to follow up on Dr. Pacheco Warner's comments a little bit, especially as a local city council member, and thinking about some of our troubles and traumas with trying to get affordable housing online. Has the state ever considered just the viability of requiring that all developments have a percentage of affordable housing options? That's required at minimum. You know, local jurisdictions don't build, developers do. And so I know some jurisdictions have committed to ensuring that a percentage is in developments, but others have not. And I think from developers, I always hear it often does not pencil out. The pencil out phrase is sometimes really frustrating because we know affordable housing is needed. And then it takes so long to build. So just wondering how we're trying to build in affordable housing in every development, and what's the thinking from the state level on how to ensure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And a point of reference as well, I think we've already had a discussion, we didn't need any prompts for this great community. But for those who are online, if you want to add to the Padlet discussion, that's something you can do. And it was in Marissa's presentation, but CA Housing Future 2040 at hcd.ca.gov is also a way to provide us comments outside of this. So, but to that point, one of the things in the regional housing needs allocation is a lower income need as well as a moderate and above moderate income need. And so that does require every jurisdiction to plan, again, not that building, but to plan and show us they have the planning capacity for housing that would support affordability. And that can be through increased density, can be subsidies, can be preservation strategies and other strategies, but they do need to show us their plan of how that lower income housing is supported in their community. And then locally, jurisdictions do have the right to adopt inclusionary policies pretty much as they see fit, up to a 15% affordability requirement. And that was passed by state law to allow that. There haven't been a lot of discussions about a statewide application of that, though, you know, where each development would be required to do so. The academic community, I'm sure, would tell you this needs to be analyzed on a sort of local by local basis. And the state law does require, you know, a nexus study or kind of showing that you wouldn't be impeding development by having that inclusionary requirement if you go above a certain percentage. So I would just say at this time, there's no talk of like beyond us requiring every local to show their planning a supportive planning capacity around sorry, lost my words, lower housing affordable to lower income households. They have to do that. But those actual percentage inclusionary policies are still local by local at this point. And most folks would say you kind of need to do it that way because Alpine County and LA City are too different to have a statewide program. But
I can also add in the housing elements, in addition to showing the zone capacity for those lower income housing units in their programs, they need to include programs to specifically kind of describe how they are going to help facilitate specifically housing for, essentially disadvantaged communities or populations, extremely low income populations.
That's right.
Thank you. Dr. Cork had something to add?
That you have to be very careful about this. One of the biggest problems we have, and I can tell you this in experience from being on the city council in Hayward and following things now, it is very easy when you put out your RENA numbers to get all of the high cost housing done. That's easy. And to some extent, if you have the money, at least in Hayward, we were always able to get approval for affordable housing. The difficulty we have, the greatest difficulty we have, is what's called the missing middle, which is middle class housing. If you were to have a blanket rule, there must be a certain amount of affordable housing, you could end up with simply housing at that upper end, period, because that's the way it would, quote, pencil out, unquote. To get the missing middle, you have to give incentives to people to build that way. And having an incentive to afford to have an additional affordable housing could get in the way. But in fact, the biggest difficulty we have, I can at least speak for the city of Hayward and probably many other sort of suburban, urban, is to get that missing middle done. So you have to be very careful. What the state does do is it does give you an advantage in approvals of one type or another. If you have affordable housing, I believe it's at 10% or greater level. So there is an incentive to the builder and the community to have that. but to have it as a blanket policy, you could get unforeseen consequences.
Thank you. I think now we have public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eager. We did receive one written comment during this time from an anonymous attendee who asks, what can be done at CARB with the Housing Committee and electrification to help with air quality?
I'm going to do highlights. How about that? For that, CARB and HCD have actually worked on that issue for probably, this may be one of our longest coordinated projects. But obviously, we want to build near jobs and transit. And sometimes that also intersects with other things like highway pollution. And, there's always been a lot of conversation about those pushes and pulls. But I think, looking at the way we build housing continues to be really important there. Looking at kind of the long game of how we reduce pollution as we reduce driving, as we, transition our fleet, we'll make changes there. Also thinking about, I cited this earlier, but how we allocated housing goals was not equitable, and lower income communities got more than their fair share of housing planning for a long time. And we also know that lower income communities are disproportionately impacted by not having a strong enough voice in how polluting entities are zoned and things like that. So as we begin to fix some of our issues around the equitable allocation of where housing goals go, we're also going to be thinking more, and we really explicitly integrate affirmatively furthering fair housing. We're going to be thinking about some of those things of where housing goes, where vis-a-vis pollution impacts. And I think those are things where our goals are fully aligned in terms of reducing asthma, and et cetera, and all the benefits that will come as we plan additional housing in areas that have more jobs, have lower pollution. But the other side of the coin on affirmatively furthering fair housing, which obviously HCD is complying with, but Air Resources Board must as well, is thinking about how we acknowledge disparities that exist in communities today. And so how do we reduce those disparities? And so, really looking at which communities are disproportionately impacted. There are many people that live there now. It's not just about where we build new housing, but how do we improve community outcomes within those communities? And there's probably a lot of joint work to do in terms of pollution cleanup and items such as that. So I don't know. That's my thank you, Chair, for acknowledging that was a very large question, but that's my best attempt at sort of where some of our highlights there.
Yes.
If I may, just on the topic of electrification, because this is so important and because of the role that topic plays in this joint committee. HCD plays a pivotal role in the Building Standards Commission. It's involved in Cal Green. And so we know, I've heard once that the residential market in the United States is the 6th emitter in the world of greenhouse gases. That's how critical the carbon neutrality goals are for the residential market. So in California, we're making a lot of progress in moving the goalposts on electrification of buildings. Obviously, we started very aggressively with electrification of parking, aligned with all the other climate goals on electrification and EV chargers and electric vehicles that the state has. But we're moving in the right direction there. We'll have to also move in the right direction of overall carbon neutrality in buildings and multifamily. We're making a lot of progress in single family, but we have to move more aggressively on multifamily. And so electrification is definitely a topic we're very involved. And just in closing, just thank you for all the comments, great feedback. Appreciate the patience, Chairwoman, on this issue.
Yeah, no, it was, obviously we didn't need to be prompted for any of those questions. They were on the ready. Did we have any more public comment?
I see no one else looking to comment on this item. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the dais? Then at this time, we will, unless you had any closing comments, Marissa, we're good?
May I?
Yes?
Thank you. This is just shameless on my part because I know you all came to talk about housing and affordable homes and to talk about road charge, but you also wondered, would you get a free, high quality charity racing shirt by joining us today? The answer is yes, and they make great gifts during the holiday season for your loved ones. So I'll be putting these out here. This was from our Santa run last December, where we raised money for first time people going to colleges from underserved communities in Silicon Valley. Male cut, female cut, and kids. Your choice. Here's our goal. If I bring any of these home, my wife's kicking me out of the house. So feel bad for me and take
them all.
several shirts.
Take them all.
Thank you, Chair Eager.
Of course, yes. With that, we'll be breaking for lunch and we will reconvene again at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eager.
web click to stay.
So I got to do that.
Need a number.
Thank you all, and welcome back to our afternoon discussion, which is going to be on roadway pricing. We're excited about all of our presentations. Thank you so much. Before we get started on this topic, and it's going to include quite a few presentations, I want to remind commissioners, board members, HCD leadership, and members of the public that we've allocated time after all the presentations to have a dialogue. And if you learned anything from this morning, we're not going to have any problem with people asking you questions and having dialogue. But we'll also be asking for public comments. So we'll be pausing after the first two presentations to take comments, but I encourage us to limit ourselves to clarifying questions or comments directly pertaining to the presentations, and especially those of you who are calling in online. So with that, we will head right into item number 4, roadway pricing, and Michael Manville.
Hi, everybody.
Remote, Michael Manville.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thanks for having me. I apologize I couldn't be around in person, but today is a busy day at UCLA of teaching and welcoming new admits. So my understanding is you guys, I have a lot of really great presentations following mine that are kind of specific to what particular agencies in particular areas are doing. And so my charge is just to provide a little bit of an overview of how academics tend to think about road pricing, how we conceptualize it, how we think about some common concerns that come up with it, and so forth. I hope to not take up too much time in doing this and have ample time for whatever questions you might have. So next slide, please. So the gist of this is I'm going to talk a little bit about road pricing as a big sort of umbrella concept. Then I'm going to talk about a particular kind of road pricing that has gotten a lot of attention both in California and elsewhere in recent years, which is congestion charging. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about probably the two biggest common concerns that come up, which are issues of privacy and then issues of sort of fairness with respect to income if you were to start pricing the roads in some fashion. Next slide. Okay, and next slide. Okay, so the basic idea behind road pricing, sort of conceptually, is that roads, and let me just say, I'm not going to talk about that in this presentation, but almost everything I say about the roads is also true of the curbs, right? Which is, I think, also a piece of land that's of interest to the Transportation Commission. But the road networks are sort of unique in being unpriced network infrastructure. And what I mean by that is that oftentimes when you say to someone like, hey, we're thinking of doing a road pricing scheme, the immediate reaction you get from most people is like, why on earth would you do that? It sounds outlandish. Like, we don't charge for roads. And it's true that we don't charge for roads. But another way to look at it is that roads are part of a family of infrastructure that are called sort of network utilities, right? They're similar, they're sort of usually there's usually a single provider. They're kind of a monopoly or near monopoly good. and they are, their function is derived from the fact that they are a network, that they reach out to many different origin and destination points. And so in that regard, they're similar to transit systems, they're similar to our electric infrastructure, they're similar to our water infrastructure. And they are unique in that of all those infrastructures, the roads are the only ones that we don't charge direct prices to use, right? There's some indirect cost to using the roads for sure, but you don't pay a direct price to get on the road the same way that you would pay the instant you flip on the water to take a shower, or you start getting metered as soon as you start using electricity and so forth. And so for folks like me who study this issue, this absence of pricing has two consequences. One is that you're sort of foregoing some revenue, but the second and more important one from our perspective is that the system itself performs at a lower level. You lose capacity because you don't price, because you don't have an ability essentially to manage demand, right? The way that electric and water utilities do. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, there's sort of two concepts of road pricing that I'll talk about here. And I've just I mentioned this a few slides ago, there's road pricing and there's congestion pricing. And road pricing is the kind of big umbrella concept, and that's just what it sounds like. It's any program that charges a direct fee to use a road. And so in California, there's a lot of talk and there's pilot programs and so forth about road user charges or RUCs. This is a classic road price, just a flat fee, a flat per mile fee. An important, sorry, I'm losing my words here. An important sort of caveat here or clarifying point is that a gas tax, right, which is how we finance a lot of our roads right now, would not count as road pricing because, and I can talk more about this in the Q&A, but strictly speaking, the gas tax is a tax for burning gasoline. It's not a tax for sort of directly using the road. But the thing to remember about road pricing, right, is that any kind of charge you levy on the road, really any kind of charge at all, is going to have some combination of two different results, right? It's going to increase revenue or it's going to change behavior. And the more you do of one, in general, the little bit less that you do of the other. In a sense that if you charged a very low price for the road, to use the road, you would probably raise a lot of revenue, but you would raise a lot of revenue precisely because a lot of people would still drive. If you charge a very high price for the road, you'd probably convince some people to drive less, and so you would change their behavior, but you wouldn't raise as much revenue. In general, road user charges, the RUCs, in California and elsewhere, are primarily considered to be revenue instruments. When California thinks about a road user charge in general, you hear about it in the context of the gas tax no longer raising enough money to support the transportation system, and this is a revenue instrument. Congestion pricing or a congestion charge is a type of road price where the priority really falls the other direction. The priority is on changing behavior, right? A congestion charge will raise revenue. Every congestion project that is operational in the world runs comfortably in the black and raises a lot of revenue. But revenue is not the goal. The goal instead is to, as the name suggests, reduce congestion. And so what usually happens is that a congestion charge is usually a very dynamic price. And it's sometimes called a performance price, that rather than start with a rate, you start with a performance standard and work backward to the rate. And so let me give you an example of that. That you might say something like, the purpose of this charge is to make sure that traffic on this stretch of freeway always moves at 55 miles an hour. And we will charge the lowest price that keeps traffic moving at 55 miles an hour. And so that's going to raise some revenue, but the outcome that you're really working backward from is the performance of the road. And because pollution and crash risk tend to rise as congestion worsens, our experience, both theoretically and empirically, is that when you have congestion charging, those problems go down alongside congestion, right? So you get less air pollution, you get lower risk of crashes as well. Next slide. And just to draw a distinction between these two types of pricing, what I'm showing you here on the left side of the screen is the toll schedule from the Massachusetts Turnpike, which is one of the oldest toll roads, oldest post-war toll roads in the United States. And what you can see, what I've sort of put this red line around, is that this is just, they just charge a flat rate to drive. It doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter how many other people are on the road. If you drive the entire length of the Mass Pike on a two-axle vehicle with an easy pass, you're going to pay about $7.50. So that's a classic sort of road user charge. What you see on the right is the toll schedule for the 91 express lanes in Orange County. These are congestion charged lanes. And what you see here is a much more finely granulated dynamic pricing schedule. What I put the box around are the prices leading up to rush hour and during rush hour on a Sunday, a Monday, and a Tuesday. And what you see is that on Sundays, of course, there isn't much of a rush hour, so the price is relatively low. On Monday and Tuesday, between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m., when demand is high, the price of the road can be as high as $6, but then it will fall again. If you look down below that red box, by 10 a.m., it's back down to a little under $3, and then it continues to fall back down to its base rate of $1.80. So this really is a performance-priced road. These fares are determined because the toll authority at the end of every month or 2 months reviews the performance of the road, looks at it, sees if the road is moving too slowly at certain times, they raise the price. If it's moving too fast at certain times, they lower the price, right? The goal is to sort of balance the desire to move a lot of vehicles but not have congestion. So that's the difference between sort of a plain old road price and a congestion charge. Next slide, please. Understanding what you want the road charge to do, right, is very important because it helps you decide both the rate and the structure of the charge. And what I mean by that is that obviously one of the most important things to decide when you think about a road price is what the price itself will be, right? And if your goal is to raise a bunch of revenue, you might just start with a revenue target and charge what you think will hit that. But if your goal is to change behavior, you might start with a behavioral target and charge to do that. But the other thing that really factors in is how salient the price is, like how noticeable it is. And I think that if your goal is to raise a lot of revenue, then your best approach is to charge every vehicle a price that's so low they barely notice it, right? And that will barely change any behavior at all, but you'll raise a lot of money. Whereas if your goal is to change behavior, like you want to sort of minimize driving in congestion or minimize driving by vehicles that you already pollute a lot, then you want to target the particular vehicles who are going to do that and make the price not just high, but also very noticeable. And the illustrations here, one is from the abstract of a well-known paper in urban economics about what happened when the easy tax was introduced on the Massachusetts Turnpike. Prior to easy tax, of course, easy pass, prior to easy pass, when you drove on the Mass Turnpike, you had to drive up to a toll booth and open up your wallet and hand over a bunch of money to someone who accepted it, right? That was very noticeable to you that you were paying a bunch of money to drive on this road. With Easy Pass, you could just glide under a gantry and the money was deducted from your bank account. That's not salient at all, and the Massachusetts Turnpike Authority took advantage of this to quietly raise prices. And for years, nobody noticed that they were actually paying more to drive on the road. That's sort of the power of an invisible charge. What you see on the right, in contrast, is a sign that goes over the entry gantry of one of the congestion charging stations in Singapore. Singapore is almost the entirety of Singapore's inner ring freeways are congestion charged. But because the purpose of this is to reduce congestion, the goal is to make it very obvious to people that if they choose to make this trip, they're going to pay. So the costs are flashing both on the sign, and then what you see on the far right is a typical transponder mounting in a car in Singapore. And unlike a sort of quiet thing that can be in a glove box in an American Easy Pass, this actually flashes at you when you pass under the toll gantry the amount of money you're paying. And again, because the goal here is to change behavior rather than just raise some money, although it does raise money. Next slide, please. So just to talk a little bit more about congestion charging, I think, and I can talk about this in the Q&A, most people in my business, if you ask us if California should do a road user charge with a flat rate or it should do congestion pricing, we all say you should do congestion pricing. And the reason for that is that we are much more concerned about the performance of the road than financing it. California does have challenges financing its roads, absolutely, and its other transportation systems, but there are many different avenues to raise money, right? Even in a revenue constrained, by Prop 13 state like California, there really is only one way to reduce congestion, and that's congestion charging. So next slide, please. So the basic logic behind a congestion charge is that roads are basically land, and like any land, their value varies with what they provide access to. And that value for any piece of land other than roads is usually reflected in the price that you have to pay to access it. And so what you see on the left is an image of Manhattan, New York, one of the densest and most dynamic urban agglomerations in the world. And on the right is what you see is an image of Manhattan, Kansas, which is a lovely place that is neither of those things. And if you look at the various rents that I'm showing, rents and home prices that I'm showing below that, you can see that the greater access and dynamism of Manhattan, New York is reflected in most of its prices of land. The median home price is of $1.4 million. It's probably actually gone up since I made the slide. Whereas in Manhattan, Kansas is barely $200,000. The same sort of disparity exists with commercial rents. And then you see that the price to drive across both these places is actually the same, and the price to park on a residential street is the same, and both those prices are zero. And what that should suggest to us is that the price of driving in Manhattan, New York has become divorced from its value. It has been held down artificially by a government decision to keep the price of the road at zero. And that in some ways benefits drivers, right? Because they don't have to pay, but it also creates problems as well. Next slide, please. So if you ever had to suffer through an economics class, you've at least been told that when the government holds down the price of a good, you're going to have, in addition to a lower price, 4 consequences. And the first one is that you get a shortage. And traffic congestion is basically just a recurring shortage of road, right? That too many people want to use the road. There is nothing that stops them from doing that. There's no price that stops them from doing that. And so you get a queue, which is basically just a slow-moving shortage. That one way to think about this is that what happens on California's freeways every morning is just the same thing that happens every Black Friday when Best Buy holds the price of a few TVs down to about $10, right? The price has been separated from the value. Lots of people turn up and you get a line and a shortage. The second thing that happens is you get high search costs, right? Because there is a shortage, people expend a lot of extra energy to get access to the good or service that is now artificially cheap. This happens all the time as well. The most direct route between popular origins and destinations, where I am in Los Angeles, is usually too congested to be appealing, right? That if I wanted to go right now from my office to the airport, and I just looked at a map and didn't know anything about LA, the easiest thing for me to do would be to hop on the 405 because there's a big exit for UCLA on the 405 and a big exit for LAX on the 405. But actually that would take me forever. And so what I do is I open up an app like Waze. The only reason Waze exists is because the most obvious way for me to get from point A to point B in too many parts of urban California is actually impossible. It's collapsed under the stress of the congestion. And so I end up using a program that helps me find an alternative method. That's a high search cost. The third thing that happens is the good is misallocated. It ends up being consumed both by people who value it a lot and people who don't value it much. And time and again, when we look at travel diaries and other travel surveys in California and elsewhere, we see that a surprising share of people who are on the road at peak hours, right, oftentimes more than 50%, are taking trips that do not take them to work or school, right? This is just and so what you get is some people who are taking trips that is extremely important for them to complete in a timely fashion, and they're being slowed down by people who thought this was the right time to pick up their dry cleaning or buy potato chips. And then the final thing that happens is you get what's called a shadow market, which is to say that you can legislate a price away, but you can't legislate a cost away. That the costs of of driving still end up somewhere, right? The fact that we don't face them, that we don't make our drivers face the costs that they impose on the road doesn't mean we don't face them. It ends up obviously with people don't pay in money, so they do pay in time, but also the fear of congestion and concern about it leads us to block new housing developments. It leads us to push land uses further apart. That of course undermines public transportation and so forth. And so the fact that the road is free doesn't mean driving doesn't have costs. It just means it takes those costs away from the drivers, who are the most appropriate people to pay for them. Next slide, please. And I think sometimes we think of this as being, I sort of run through that litany and people don't quite believe me. But I do think it's important to remember that the only things we run out of in general are things we don't price, right? Again, we don't regularly run out of water or electricity, but twice a day, every day, in big urban areas, we run out of road space. And even in the transportation system, the things we pay for, we don't run out of. Los Angeles frequently has a shortage of road space. It never has a shortage of cars. It never has a shortage of gas. If you want to think about the last time we had serious shortages of gas, it would be in the 1970s when we put price controls on gasoline. Right now we have price controls on roads. We run out of roads. Next slide, please. Okay, so nevertheless, common concerns. If someone like me says that's the problem, that's the diagnosis, and the solution is to charge people to use the road, I think there's two sort of common concerns that come up. The first one is privacy. That people don't want the government to sort of know where they're going. They don't want a transponder in their car. Next slide, please. Look, I think you can't completely diminish that. I have concerns about privacy myself. What I would say is that our experience in most areas of the economy is that people, if you ask them, say they're very concerned about privacy, and if you watch what they do, they don't seem to care about it at all. Most people who tell you that they're deeply concerned about privacy are walking around with a phone device made by a large multinational corporation that is literally listening to them, taking their information and reporting it back so that it can manipulate Google searches in such a way as to sell them things. You might say that people just trust corporations more than the government, but I'm sure we all remember back in 2014 when multiple newspapers won Pulitzer Prizes for revealing that the US government was spying on people in social media, getting warrants, secret warrants to listen to people's phone calls, up to 6 million Americans and so forth, and no one cared. That's maybe a little bit exaggeration, but the short version of this is there are things that can be done to mitigate privacy, but, and I don't want to overly dismiss it, but that in practice, most Americans and most Californians do not seem terribly concerned about privacy, for better or worse. Next slide, please. Okay, the bigger concern, right, is whether this is fair to low-income drivers, right? Road charges are regressive. A $10 charge to drive on a road is going to be a bigger burden for someone who makes $10,000 than someone who makes $100,000. The main thing to keep in mind about this is 3 points, or 2 points. One, that lots of charges are regressive, and regressivity is not automatically a sign of unfairness. It's a sign that we should be alert to the possibility of unfairness, but it does not mean things are unfair. The other thing to remember is that free roads also have unfairness of their own. And so the real question is not whether pricing the road is fair or unfair. It's whether pricing the road would be less unfair than leaving it free. Next slide, please. Right, and so and I think one thing to remember or to be aware of is that the busiest roads at the busiest times are disproportionately used by high-income people. This is from both the US Census data on commuting and the National Household Travel Survey, and basically shows that at peak hours, and this is true in surveys, it's been replicated a number of times, at peak hours, the highest income households are overrepresented on the roads and the lowest income households are underrepresented on the roads. That basically keeping the roads free is not an important subsidy for low income people. It's a subsidy whose benefits accrue primarily to high-income people, and some low-income people happen to enjoy it. And that makes sense because driving itself is expensive, and the more you drive, the more you spend, right? Next slide, please. The other thing to remember about free roads is that a free road is much more likely to become congested. A congested road is much more likely to be a dense emitter of dangerous localized air pollution. It also emits carbon, but for our purposes, what I want to talk about right now is that if you live near a busy road, like a freeway or a busy arterial within about 800 to 1,000 feet, you are disproportionately exposed to fine and ultrafine particulate matter, to lead, to benzene, to carbon monoxide. All of these are very dangerous in close concentration. And if you look at who does live near these roads, lower income people are much more likely to live near them. In addition to that, lower income people near freeways are much more likely not to have cars, right? So you do have a situation when you leave the road free, where higher income people, because we don't charge them to use the road, are emitting more pollution, which is going into the lungs of lower income people nearby who don't even drive and get the benefits of that road. Next slide, please. And this, I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but it's an illustration of that. This is what happened after the Easy Pass was put in place in the New York-New Jersey Turnpike. One thing Easy Pass did was it cleared away a lot of congestion near the toll booths because you no longer had people backing up to pay. They could just drive under it. And what you see here is that after the Easy Pass was put in place, premature birth declined sharply right afterwards, and it declined sharply only near the toll booth. If that seems hard to interpret, the way to think about this is as follows. Before the congestion was mitigated, when the road was still crowded with congestion, there was more carbon monoxide being emitted from the cars idling near the toll booth. That carbon monoxide went into the lungs of women who were pregnant, and it triggered premature birth. It also triggered low birth weight. Those are two extremely dangerous conditions. The people who were living near those roads were disproportionately low income. This is probably the most serious consequence of traffic congestion. It's largely invisible. We tend to think of congestion as being a cost that's borne by drivers, but this is a serious one and it's highly regressive. Next slide. So the question is, none of that changes the fact that if you were to start charging for roads, it would still be a regressive charge. So the question really is would that problem be so big that it would be unmanageable and it would outweigh the benefits of sort of less pollution and so forth? We did some work down here at UCLA and trying to be sort of quite liberal in our definitions of who would be affected. It determined that if the freeways in the major California metropolitan areas were priced, about 13% of households would count as sort of being vulnerable in the sense that they're low income and exposed in the sense that they drive on the freeways a lot. So this is a non-trivial share of people for sure. What I want to emphasize is that it's not an amount that is crazy if you compare it to other social services. For instance, the share of households that get assistance from electric utilities, or the share of households that get food stamps. And the other point that's really important to emphasize is that this is a problem that comes with its own solution, right? If you have a portion of people under this program who would be vulnerable because they would not be able to pay, you also have a program that is raising a lot of money, and you can take some of that money and use it to help these people. Next slide. Right. So you can manage this problem. And I think that one thing that happens when you talk about this is people immediately say, yes, we can manage the problem. We can take the toll revenue and we can invest it in transit or pedestrian infrastructure or bike lanes. That's a perfectly good thing to do with toll revenue. It is not a way to address the equity problems that pricing creates. Remember, the potential harm of pricing a road does not fall on the person who can easily take a bus. It falls on the person who still needs to drive, right? And so the best approach is to provide direct assistance to those people, usually financed by the tolls themselves. Again, this is what we do with electric and water utilities. If you have difficulty paying your bills, we don't sort of like tell you to dig a well or something. We just, the money paid by other people is used to help alleviate the burden on you. Something else that comes up, and I'm happy to talk about it in the Q&A sometimes, is that we could just give an exemption or a discount to low-income people. Our experience with those in California and elsewhere is that they're very hard to manage. They get prone to fraud and abuse, and that it really works a lot better to just provide people with money to help them pay, much more similar to a food stamp, which is in general, a very successful program. Next slide. The last thing I would say in terms of equity concerns is that pricing is a little different from road pricing is a little different from other network infrastructure, because you really can do it one lane at a time, right? That if the concern is that there really are some people who don't have options available, don't have the money, you're not sure that the redistribution will be enough to help them, you could just start by saying, you know, here's a 5-lane freeway, 2 lanes of it will be priced, right? And anyone who wants to take advantage of that can do so. They can get around congestion. Anyone who wants to continue driving on free lanes has 3 free lanes to do it. And then after a year or 18 months and a lot of outreach, you can price the 3rd lane. And then a year after that, you can price the 4th lane, and you can get to a world with priced roads, really giving people a lot of time to adjust, getting a lot of institutions ready to make that transition and so forth. Next slide. So I think the point I'll end on, because I think this is often a hard sell, is that the status quo really is a very powerful force in the way we think about public policies, right? Right now, we're all accustomed to the road being free. And so when we hear about road pricing, we think about all the things that could go wrong if we had it. And so one way to sort of combat that is to think about, imagine if we had road pricing already, right? And then someone proposed taking it away. And in that world, you would think to yourself, well, the roads would be free. And so that would be a benefit to drivers, but you would get more driving. You'd get more congestion, you'd get more pollution, and you'd have less revenue, and especially including less revenue to help people who are harmed by that pollution, right? So you can think of it this way, right? You know, how would we react in California today to a proposal to abolish water or electric meters? Most people would understand that would be bad for efficiency, it would be bad for equity, and it would be bad for the environment. But the status quo right now on the roads, right, is that we don't have any prices, and people have no reason to be judicious in how they use the roads. And as a result, it's bad for equity, it's bad for efficiency, and it's bad for the environment. Okay, I'll stop there. Thanks for your attention, and yeah, happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any commissioners or members that have any questions? Yes.
I have a question about the what kind of data are you seeing on congestion in a lot of the roads where toll lanes have been recently added, like in the 10-year time frame? I know we have there's several in Southern California. There's some new lanes in Northern California. So I'm just kind of curious, sort of what the data is showing about the effect of those lanes on congestion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and it may well be that some of the folks who talk subsequent to me have more detailed information on that, but I can speak very quickly to the like the express lanes down here in Southern California and Los Angeles County. They generally work quite well. But the key point is they work quite well in those lanes, right? So if you pay to use the express lanes out on the 10 or the 210 in Los Angeles, you will more often, reliably move faster than if you were in the unpriced lane. So these are sort of high occupancy toll lanes. They aren't pure congestion priced lanes. And so what they don't do, right, is make the free lanes move any faster. The free lanes are every bit as slow as they once were. But if you do pay, you do move faster. That's also very true for the 91 express lanes down in Orange County, for instance, which are probably our longest running example. the obstacles that we face right now, and I think someone from LA Metro would probably be able to speak more to this in these lanes, are basically matters of enforcement. I mean, there's lots of tweaks you can make to these programs, but I think that oftentimes people just they just make incursions into these lanes because they aren't fully separated off, right, without paying. And then in theory, you're supposed to, you're exempt if you have a carpool from paying. And what you're supposed to do if you have multiple people in the car is you flip a little switch and that registers with the transponder. Metro's estimates as of pre-COVID were that lots of people cheated, right? They were alone in the car, but they flipped the transponder anyways. And so, but I do think from one perspective, it's encouraging that even with a substantial amount of non-compliance and cheating, they still offered a pretty reliably faster travel than the free lanes.
Thank you. Dr. Quirk, can I get a question or comment?
Yes. First of all, you made the comment, most people don't seem to care about privacy. I think that's an oversimplification. Now, they may not care about it as much as they say they do, but both in the European Union and here in California, because our elected officials in the Assembly and Senate and other places have felt pressure from constituents and privacy concerns, we're limiting now a number of things that these big companies can do. And I hope they can't listen to you on your phone.
They can.
If they're doing that, we have to stop it right away. But clearly, cookies and all these other things. Every time you go on a website now, it asks you about a cookie policy. And that's because both the European Union and California and probably other states as well have are doing regulations because enough people care. So I'd like you to address that. And then I have a question. Then I have another comment about equity.
Sure. I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, we can sort of go back and forth about how much they don't care, but I do like, and I think that what you described is entirely consistent with what I said, which is that if you ask someone, do you want a law that restricts the ability of a company to collect your data? Most people will say yes. If you subsequently find out that the company is not obeying that law, or if you subsequently find out that your data is being collected in some other way that skirts that law, do you, the typical Californian, get really angry? No. Right. Again, I mean, I think, again, the biggest piece of evidence of this is just months and months of wall-to-wall news in 2014 that the government was just spying on ordinary Americans, listening to their phone calls, following their Facebook feeds, and creating chains of people and then diving into it. And it led to virtually no public outcry. So, again, like, do I know this for certain? No, but I would say that the stated preferences for privacy that we hear are far larger than the revealed preferences.
Well, let me just say, as a lawmaker, as a retired lawmaker, there will be an immense amount of pressure to make sure that the government doesn't know where you're driving if we go to road charges.
That is not at all inconsistent with what I said.
Fine. I'm just saying that what you said could be interpreted in a different way. So anyway, fine. We'll pass on that topic. There's going to be a lot of pressure to do that. The second thing is the equity concerns, which are very real. The concern I have is if you were to give a discount for driving per se, then you would be taking one group of poor people who have cars and a group that doesn't have cars and treat them in different ways. I would be very much in favor of giving anyone in poverty money, checks in the mail, which rather than giving them a discount on tolls. And the reason for that is twofold. One is to give them a discount on tolls, it tells them it's okay to drive. If you give them money, then they have a choice. Do they spend it on tolls, or do they spend it on bread and butter and take the bus? So I think how you distribute the money to people in poverty is extremely important. And I think it's important to give people a choice. do they spend that money on tolls or do they spend that money on groceries? So that's my second comment.
I couldn't agree more, and that's why in my slide I said I don't particularly like the idea of discounts. Yeah, and in all the stuff we've written for the state, we've basically said what you just said, that what you really want to do is take the toll revenue and use it to rebate to people below a certain income. And then they can use it as they please, and that way it's neutral with respect to mode. I completely agree.
Yeah, but it sounds, when you said rebate, it sounds as if you were talking about a rebate on the, and apparently this is not the case.
I
A rebate on the amount of
I
tolls.
apologize for my confusion that I created.
Right. What you want to do is give that to people, that rebate to people, whether they have cars or not.
Absolutely.
Whether they're driving them or not. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that we have together made your points more clear. Thank you.
I wouldn't be able to do it without you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Quirk. Next, we have member Tekorian.
Thank you, Professor, for this great presentation. I appreciated it, and particularly your attention to equity. Maybe I could just follow up on something Dr. Quirk said. I think I too agree that the discounts may be problematic. I would be more interested in a transportation subsidy that allowed people to do what Dr. Quirk indicated, which is to make choices. But it'd be good if those choices were within the transportation category. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. And then also, I was a little bit surprised to not hear you talk about free roads, when I think the general perception is we are paying for roads through the gas tax. And that's something that comes up a lot in our conversations with community members who are concerned about being doubly charged. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. And perhaps then talk a little bit more about what some equity options are. But those are my two questions for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would lean away from restricting toll-based aid to low-income people to spending on transportation, mainly because the least impactful, both in terms of safety and the environment, form of transportation there is walking, and that really doesn't cost very much, right? And so what I would prefer is that you get, let's just say, a set amount of money every month if your household's below a certain income threshold. If you do need, you have some urgent matter and you want to use it on tolls, that's great. But if you have figured out a way that you live and live sort of in walking distance of where you work and where you take your kids to school and so forth, I would not want you to forfeit your money and your ability to spend because of that choice. That is a choice that we would otherwise, sort of from our public policy perspectives, encourage. So now I think that we do have a paper that we came out with last year that talks about these sort of assistance programs, and our reality is that the way California's government is currently set up, it can be logistically difficult to do this sort of just flat rebate of money to anyone below a certain income threshold. And what becomes more common are things like, oh, you could spend this on a transit pass, you could spend this on X and Y. But as long as we're thinking about like what an ideal program would look like, I would not be in favor of something that restricted it to quote unquote transportation spending as we define it, because I just fear it would leave out modes that a lot of people do use to get around, and that are modes that we kind of encourage. Again, you're bicycling and you're walking and so forth. With respect to the gas tax, yeah, this is a little bit of a tricky thing, but I mentioned this earlier. When I say that roads are free, what I mean is we don't pay any direct charges to use the road, right? We pay a gas tax, and we use the gas tax primarily to build and fix roads. And so from one perspective, you could say, yeah, we pay for the roads and we pay the gas tax, but we don't pay to use them, right? Strictly speaking, again, the gas tax is not a tax on using the road, it's a tax on burning gasoline, right? If you want to pay the gas tax and not use the roads, you can just get yourself a big SUV and run it in your driveway for 2 hours. You'll pay a bunch of gas tax money and you won't have used any roads. If you want to use the roads and not pay the gas tax, you can hop into a Tesla and drive up and down California, right? The difference between a road price and a gas tax is that the road price is a direct charge to use that piece of land. And so it really isn't double taxation. I know that seems like a small difference, but when you think about how well the road works, it really makes all the difference. There's nothing on the roads that is analogous to a water meter or an electric meter where your payment really is just directly and explicitly tied to your use at that time of that resource.
Okay. If I can say, just respond
Sure.
to both of those thoughts. One, on the last thought, in terms of free roads, I would be interested in hearing about a progressive charge that would start with those folks that aren't paying anything for roads. I mean, I understand that your distinction between what the gas taxes would pay for and what you're contemplating in terms of a road charge, but it seems like it'd be fair as a hybrid driver, you know, I'm paying very little to drive on the roads that I'm using. So it seems fair that I would need to make up for that. And so could there be a program that would actually fill in that gap where I would start to pay my fair share and others would do that as well? So that's part of what I'd be interested in. I know we're going to have longer conversation later. So that's one option. The other on the transportation subsidy is I feel like the low income folks are the backbone of our transit system, and it's desperately in need of infusion. So I would say I would lean towards a transportation subsidy that helps those folks that are on transit but who are feeling like they may have to get a car in order to get a better job, improve their quality of life. And those are the challenges that folks in our communities face a lot. So I just like a fuller discussion of that, because I think it really, they aren't the folks that are able necessarily to walk to work, especially when they've got a couple of kids and groceries and all of that. So we need to make transit something that they can utilize, because they're not going to do that on a bike. Love bikes, but that's probably not a reality. So anyway, those are just thoughts I have, and perhaps we're going to talk about all of this a little bit more in our.
But just very quickly, there's nothing about just returning money to people that stops them from spending it on transit if they think that's what's best. Right?
That's true,
So,
but it also doesn't direct it into the transit system where I think we need it.
well, yeah, that's a different thing. So not even giving money to transit at all. I mean, so you're talking about not even giving money to low income people at all, instead just giving it to the transit system.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that we can encourage people to use transit by providing a transportation subsidy, so that we're supporting those folks who are utilizing it and allowing them to use it more and not have to change to a car. So
yeah, I guess what I would say is that giving the money does the same thing. If their pre-existing desire, right, is to ride transit, then getting a rebate from the state from other people's toll revenue makes that transit easier for them. If the risk you're concerned about is that all else equal, low-income people currently on transit would rather be doing something else, and if you just give them money, they might go and spend it on Ubers or buy a car or things like that. I think you have to let the chips fall where they may, because as important as public transportation is, and I'm a rider of public transportation, low-income people do not owe us a viable transit system. We owe low-income people mobility. And if we cannot deliver that mobility to them with our transit system, we should not begrudge them taking their resources and doing something else. And so I think that constraining their choice so as to kind of reinforce our ailing transit system is not the right approach. I think that if we want to fix our transit system, we have to make transit so that the majority of Californians want to take it. We shouldn't constrain the choices of low-income people so that they can keep it afloat.
Well, I wouldn't argue with that, just for the record. So I think we may be saying the same thing in a certain way. I'm just very concerned about the fact that without more infusion into transit, which could come this way or other ways, then we aren't living up to that obligation.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Member Hurt.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was thinking in the same vein about the interplay between transit investment and roadway pricing. When I think of roadway pricing, I'm thinking a lot about the change of access and mobility. And if there's not a robust, seamless public transit system and buses and trains, just wondering how successful can roadway pricing be? And do we not deepen the inequities that we're trying to get away from if we're not increasing ambition with investments in mass public transit? And I think you spoke a little bit to it through Board Member Takborian's question. But I'm just wondering, in your mind, like, what is the outlook, since we know many of our transportation agencies are facing financial cliffs? When you look at models like in London, that have been successful, there were major increases in transit with the number of buses, the number of trains. And here in California, we're sitting in a different position and place. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are around transit investment and roadway pricing and just the outlook based on the state of things.
Yeah, so what I would say is that it is often better politically to pair roadway pricing with increases in transit service. I would also say that there is very good reason in California to make our transit systems better. Even before the fiscal problems that arise from COVID, transit in too many places was badly inadequate. What I was trying to convey in the talk, I think, were 2 points. The first one is that seeing here's the main one that I was trying to convey. If you look at the possible fairness consequences of congestion pricing or road pricing and say that to ameliorate them, we need to invest the revenue in transit, I think that misses the mark. And it misses the mark because, again, the immediate fairness burden is going to fall on a category of people who are basically low income enough that they can drive. High income enough that they can drive, but sufficiently low income that the toll is a burden on them, and who do not have another choice, right? That they can't take transit, even if it's good. We're thinking about like a landscaper or someone like that, someone who really has to drive for their job. Addressing that equity burden by giving money, for example, to better buses, it does help some low-income people, but it doesn't help the low-income people who the pricing itself harms, right? If you were a landscaper and suddenly faced with a $4 toll, you wouldn't feel much better as you were paying it if someone said, hey, we're getting better bus service. So there's good arguments, right, for having better transit system service in California. Like I said, I'm a transit rider in Los Angeles. I'll never argue against that. But I think the real equity, the potential equity consequence of congestion pricing falls on low-income drivers. And the best way to help them in that situation is, as discussed, through cash. The second point that I think you brought up, if I heard you correctly, is this question of, well, can congestion pricing work if you don't have good transit? And it can. I think that our experience in different parts of the world suggests it can, but more importantly, it works better the better transit you have. But again, like thinking about all our other utilities, right? Like if I go home after this and turn on, make pour a glass of water out of my tap, that tap is the only choice I have for getting water, right? And the electric company is my only way to get electricity for my apartment. There's literally no alternatives for these essential goods that we charge regressive prices for. But that is not necessarily a disaster, in part because there are supports to help people pay who can't, and in part because the fact that something is priced doesn't mean you just have to give it up entirely, right? Our experience in most of the economy is that when the price of something goes up, people just use it a little bit less. Most of our experience looking at congestion pricing is or road pricing is that's what happens with driving too. So yeah, I mean, I think broadly speaking, I agree. Like, it's better to have better transit when you do this, but I don't think it's essential.
Thank you.
Next, I have Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your thorough presentation. Appreciate your time and bringing your knowledge and expertise to us today. I had a question just looking at whether you want to call it a subsidy or toll assistance or anything based on income level. When you look at California with such a disparate incomes, depending on what part of the state and what area, I'm sure you're already aware of this, but the differences between Northern California and Southern California and the coast and the inland, I mean, it varies 20, 30%, even more, depending. And when you look at housing, it's usually based on AMI. And I'm just wanting to ask the question, what you think would be a better threshold, a single, like you're just only basing it on FPL, or if you looked at an AMI, which, like I said, there's been some success with that as a threshold in housing for subsidies, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this is an area where there's probably more than one effective way to do it. The most utilities, and I guess the roads are most similar again to utilities, use something along the lines of some multiple of the poverty level, like 200% of the federal poverty level or something like that. I think that's a good place to start. AMI becomes a strange indicator in places where housing is extremely expensive. And I think it's actually, my take on AMI is that it started out being a useful indicator for housing, and then ended up being a progressively more unusual one, right? To the point where now in San Francisco, you can qualify for housing subsidies if you're actually, over 6 figures in household income. And, we could go back and forth about whether that's appropriate since housing is such a large part of people's budget. But I don't think tolls would be anywhere near as large a proportion of people's budgets. So my inclination, basically not having given this a ton of thought, is that the way the utilities do it would be the right way to start, but that, you could probably do something with AMI that would make sense. It would just be a little more complicated.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Liu?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little less I'm concerned about why we want to do this. You've convinced me, and you said what it should be like, and you've convinced me of that too. I'm very concerned about how we actually get it done. I don't see a viable pathway to get a 2/3 vote of the legislature and a governor to sign what we're talking about. And as part of that conversation, I'd love to hear from our MPOs. I know we're going to get to them, if they've thought this through on how we're actually going to get this done. And I also would like to have a conversation about whether it should be revenue neutral, like we talked about in terms of a road user charge, a mileage-based fee, to replace the gas tax, or whether if we're going to do this, we should do it all at once and all in and make it bigger than just revenue neutral and get the money we need to invest in the things that we want to do, like active transportation, complete streets, and public transit. And so the how this is actually going to get done, especially when it's, proving out to be political suicide, is the question I'd like to see addressed. I know that's not why you're a professor at UCLA.
Yeah,
But that is the question that worries me much more than the why and the what.
Sure. Yeah. If I knew all that, I'd be rich. And so some of it really is just out of my, out of my bailiwick. I think that the ways that people have worked it through in the past have been sort of from the locality up, right? That some, and that doesn't always work, right? But rather than having the state say, this is it, we're just charging for all the roads, it starts with some metropolitan area or some MPO, and I think we're starting to see this happen in California, saying we'd like to experiment with it. And I do think there is always value, both politically and from a policy perspective, in doing pilot projects, in doing experiments. Not only do they sort of do some proof of concept for how you think you want to approach it in any given area, and that's valuable, but they kind of come across as less risky to voters. The high occupancy toll lanes and express lanes that are in California now, they were very controversial when they were introduced, and now people just kind of accept them. And I think that is a model, right, for just sort of, there's not to say that there's any pathway toward this that's politically easy, but there are some pathways that are politically easier. And I think this idea of gradual introduction would go over better, which is not to say go over well, but would go over better than just like, here's doomsday, midnight, we're flipping a switch and you're going to have road pricing. I don't want to take up a ton of time, but, you mentioned a lot of different things. The question of revenue neutrality, the question of replacing the gas tax, these are very big questions that all I will say is they really do have to be straightened out before you move much further down the road of any of this stuff. Like, you really have to know why you want to have a road price before you can move forward with any other aspect of it. And I'm happy to talk offline. We've done a lot of work on what it really means to do a road price with a gas tax, without a gas tax, and things like that. And so have my colleagues at Irvine and Berkeley as well. And then we are ready to sort of offer what advice we have about that. But those are very important questions, not just politically, but also just for what the actual consequences of a price would be.
Thank you. Just to remind everyone, we do have a whole panel here that have been waiting to speak to us. So if we could make sure we keep our questions concise and answers. So we'll have one more question from the board members or commissioners, which is Dr. Quirk, and then we'll go out to public comment.
Yes, just a comment. Having been through SB1, which is the increase in the gas tax, it is tough, but I think we can get to a road charge. Members of the legislature are paying attention to this, realize we're going to have to go from a gas tax to a road charge as we get more electric vehicles, more hydrogen vehicles, et cetera. The idea of congestion pricing, you're going to have to work on the public. And I do agree, it's giving the authority to do it and having it done at a local level first makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we will go out for public comment. I have Rahima Toreda. Would like to make a comment?
A researcher for NorCal Carpenters Union. Many working class Californians, including our members, have long commute times because they're priced out of the cities they work in. Oftentimes, public transportation is unavailable or infeasible due to early start times or the unavailability of public transportation options. This presentation mentioned that road charges can have the function of changing behavior. So I was wondering, Professor, if you have any insight into whether the introduction of road charges has the potential to push essential workers who have to commute long distances in personal vehicles to change their occupations or daily behaviors. And overall, what options exist for working people when, because of tolling, commuting to work becomes more expensive given where we are with our public transportation infrastructure in California?
Before the professor responds to that, if you could answer a quick question.
Yes.
We understand you have a really terrific boss. Would you like to elaborate on that?
My boss is Commissioner Bradshaw.
We'll take it offline.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you had a road charge, driving would become more expensive, and at the margin, you would expect some people to drive less, and some people to pay more. To the extent that is, again, right, to the extent that creates a problem for working people who can't afford it, I think there are ways to deal with it. One, of course, is to take some of the toll revenue and use programs to help sort of make people whole for whom the toll would be a burden. The other would be to, again, introduce this gradually, right? Start with a couple lanes, then leave some lanes free, or a combination of both. If you had, most of the freeways in California, especially the urban freeways, and that's where I think most of these charges would take place, are at least 3 or 4 lanes wide. And that gives you, and many of them are 5 or 6 lanes wide, and that gives you the opportunity to have some priced lanes and a number of free lanes. So people for whom the time savings are more important could pay when they wanted to, and the people for whom the money savings are more important could have the same free road they always had. The same sorts of reasoning could be brought up when we talk about metering electricity, charging for water, metering water. You could pose the exact same question about what it would do to working people. But I do think we have found, after metering electricity and metering water and so forth, that there also is value to having a system that works. And that and again, just to go back to a point I made earlier, you are always going to charge people something, right? Right now we charge them in time, and we charge them in air quality. If you charge people in money, that can create a problem for people who don't have a lot of money. But the difference between money and time is that time, once you spent it, it disappears forever. Money, once you spend it, can be reused. And so if you charge people in money and you worry that that harms some people, you can take some of that money and give it back to them. When you charge people in time, when you charge people in their health, there is no giving back. It's just gone. You just impose that cost. It's not as visible as when you charge people in time, so it's politically easier to ignore, but that harm is still real and it's much harder to remediate.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair Eager. We did receive one written comment
Okay.
from our virtual attendees. This one comes from Kevin Hamilton. They write, how often are these congestion charges passed on to employers as either salary increases or direct payments? To be clear, I'm talking about hourly and salaried employees who work a standard 8-hour day at a more or less fixed location and do not travel as part of their existing job. Thank you.
I'm not aware of any evidence that they're passed on as salary increases.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions online?
I see no other at this time.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Manville. This was obviously an interesting conversation. We had a lot of people who will probably be contacting you later to get some more information from you. So thank you so much for sticking with us this long.
Sure, we're here to help.
Thank you. So now we will move on to item number 5, which is road pricing, California road usage charge. This will be given by Hannah Walter. She is the road charge manager program manager at CTC. And you're going to talk about road usage charge and our pilot project.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, as we've already discussed, road charge is really more about changing the way we collect tax, not about changing behavior. And the commission's role in road charge is really to support a technical advisory committee that's been around since 2017. They provide expertise on work that the California State Transportation Agency and Caltrans does for road charge. So CalSTA and Caltrans are the leaders in the road charge planning efforts, and the Commission's Technical Advisory Committee just provides expertise on that work. Next slide. So a road charge is important because if we meet our goal of transitioning to 100% zero emission vehicles, people won't be buying gas anymore, and we'll still need a way to collect tax because as was also previously discussed, we do use some money from when we buy gas to pay for maintaining our roads. So if we're not able to collect that through people buying gas anymore, we will need to figure out an alternative taxing mechanism. So I think of road charge as a basic building block that we really need to message well to the public. Next slide. Next. Thank you. So there's an opportunity for the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee to weigh in on some work that CalSTA and Caltrans is doing. There's a new pilot coming up. It will test road charge revenue collection and test two different rates, the impact of two different rates on the public. The Technical Advisory Committee is tasked with making pilot design recommendations and determining one of the fees used in the pilot, the per mile fee, the traditional gas tax replacement rate. So that's what the TAC is coming up with. Next slide, please. And this slide just gives you a look at how a road charge program functions operationally. So the driver pays, the driver reports their miles to an account manager, which could be the state or a private third party. There's lots of different ways of reporting miles. You can do that through like taking a picture of your odometer if you want, or through telematics in your vehicle or a plug-in device, and you submit that information to an account manager. The account manager has the rates, they bill you usually monthly, and then you pay your invoice, and the account manager sends that money to the state, who also provides oversight of the account managers and high-level oversight of the program. That's how it works operationally, usually in pilots that California and other states have done, and in programs that are currently implemented. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. One of the things that the TAC is recommending is that for each rate group, we look at people based on their geography, income level, and vehicle type. I'm not sure why that last row's not showing up. I probably messed up this slide, but basically, oh, there it goes. Thanks. Yeah. So we want to get a sample of people with different income levels in each rate group type and different kinds of cars so we can see how it's impacting them. Next slide. And then there's two rates in the bill. This is in the statutory language. One is basically just based on average annual vehicle miles traveled in the existing gas tax. That's the traditional replacement. And then there's another rate that's based on the fuel efficiency of your vehicle. So if you have a more fuel efficient vehicle, you pay less, and a less fuel efficient vehicle, you pay more. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation on road charge. Appreciate your time and looking forward to hearing from our partners.
Thank you for being concise. We appreciate it. Do we have any of our commissioners or board members that have any comments or questions? Yes.
Okay. My apologies, I had to lecture. So my name is Susan Shaheen. I'm a member of the California Air Resources Board, and can you hear me? Okay, great, excellent. So I've had the pleasure of actually doing some pretty deep research on this question with Lauren Prohoda and her team. I see them out there, and I'm really a big fan of pilot testing. I do think it's a way to test technology and to get an understanding of whether or not we are sending the right pricing signals and how people are affected by them. We did a fairly extensive survey during the pandemic, And we really tried to focus on understanding equity effects, which I know is something that we're really wanting to talk about here. And what we found is maybe not surprising, or maybe surprising depending on how much you know about this topic, is that drivers of worse fuel economy vehicles are the most car dependent and the least sensitive to driving costs. And from an equity standpoint, they typically fare better under a road charge because they are driving less fuel efficient vehicles. But when we look at how people respond to these types of signals, our survey and modeling results suggest that there's a fair amount of insensitivity, lack of elasticity to changes in pricing demand, because people don't tend to change their behavior very easily. What we found statistically was that people who have a strong preference for personal auto use, they're gonna stick with that. And people overall in the sample across the state of California have unfortunately a low preference for public transit use. So in terms of a mechanism to alter demand, I think that's something we should consider. But one of the things that I worry about as someone who's done technology testing for about 30 years is, how are all of the citizens of the state of California, if we shift them over to this in one huge shift, right, going to respond to this? Is the technology going to be something that every car can handle? I don't think so. Is it going to be something that everybody can address with a smartphone technology, et cetera, right? You see where I'm going with this? So one of my concerns in terms of piloting is making sure that we're not trying to boil the ocean here, but test out technologically that this can be done. And based on these two pretty deep studies I've done, I suggest we make sure that we're actually getting the signals right, because the signals don't necessarily do exactly what we want them to do until we can do some degree of testing. So I'm pretty familiar with the policy that's on the table, which definitely requires that we do this technological testing and then look at these two population groups. One thing that I worry about is, are we trying to do too much with the initial pilot? And would it potentially make sense to focus more on electric vehicle drivers and users, because they aren't paying at the pump to start, and work with a group of people who are more technologically used to things either working or not working? And also they will have cars, by and large, most of them are pretty tricked out in terms of electronic wireless communication systems. So that's something I wanted to just put on the table, is just kind of thinking the pilot through as a group. And the other things that I wanted to share just from a policy standpoint, coming from this Caltrans study that I completed with Lauren and her team, is educating communities on the benefits of road charge compared to gas tax is, I think, going to be absolutely fundamental. Pilots can be part of that education. We also need to engage communities to understand and address the unique barriers that each of these different types of communities, if they're rural or suburban, and I do see the land use differences in terms of the pilot. We definitely need to consider options for accounting and payment to meet people where they're at. So I'm bringing a lot of equity policy recommendations to you. And I definitely think we need to consider differential rate structures, particularly for people that are car dependent. We heard a comment about that, people who rely on their cars for their employment, and really look at rebates as well to target car dependent drivers and populations. And then finally, ultimately, I think this all comes back to, we're really car dependent in this state, and how could we be targeting investments in car dependent populations to actually give people alternatives to driving a car? and trying to reduce their transportation costs, if that's through public transit or some form of shared mobility. But I really wanted to share those comments. I think this is the most appropriate place to share them. I'm happy to make myself available to CARB staff and other staff as appropriate to think about the pilot. I think it's a really great opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. And I'll just say two quick things in response. This pilot builds on quite a number of pilots that Caltrans has already done in the past, including in 2017 when there were about 6 or 7 different data collection methods tested. So we're not trying to recreate the wheel. We're just trying to go with a focus on the intent of the bill, which was to test actual collection of revenue and to test those 2 different rates. So we're trying to focus on that and make the data collection methods in the pilot as easy as possible. We've made a number of recommendations that are related to payment methods and data reporting and all that kind of thing. They're not actually due to CalSTA until July 1st. So we're gonna present them one more time to the commission in May. But we have been thinking that through with Caltrans. Yeah, and I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Member Quirk. Oh, just came up.
I didn't have my hand up.
That's from the last time? Okay.
Board Member Hurt.
Okay, Board Member Hurt.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it quick. My question is with the RUC legislation and the pilots, could you speak a little bit about how you're thinking about the ability for MPOs to layer on additional pricing to meet whatever regional goals in managed demand as they see fit for their areas? I can imagine different parts of the state have different needs. And could you talk a little bit about that?
Actually, I'm not the best person to answer that. I feel like our next panel may be more equipped to answer that question.
So in the RUC legislation, I guess there, or the pilot that you're thinking about, this idea of layering isn't something you're considering at all as being a part of the legislation.
No, and the one thing I will say is just that we need to be really, really careful how we message it, because as some people have noted, it's very difficult to get the public to buy into a concept of just a road charge, a gas tax replacement. That is very difficult. So combining that with the concept of congestion pricing is difficult. So we're mainly focused on road charge.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. This is a question from one of my constituents and concerns. And I think you're right that the way we message this needs to be very careful and thought out. And nobody wants to add additional pricing to what's already going to be a very tricky change. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you want to add something, Director Taylor? No? Okay, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Hannah, as always, great job. Thank you. And I believe you've illuminated me to this before, but I maybe have lost it in the volume. But when we're looking at the 2 different methodologies for rate setting, right? How are those 2 going to be tested as we roll them out? Because obviously, just to maybe add a little to it, you know, we've had a lot of engagement, and I appreciate it, about looking at what the charges are going to be and how they're applied. Feeling of this, commissioners, when you look at gas tax, when you look at bridge tolls, this and that, often it amounts, at least in my view, to a poor tax because it's one size fits all. And so we've talked a lot about how folks that have experience with that I represent, that's a lot of the quote super commuter, right? And you know, so just I was thinking back on when you look at the methodologies, how they'll be tested out. If you could kind of describe that.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say how I think it will work, but
yeah.
Ultimately, it's not the tax call. They can either accept or reject our recommendations. But I think the way that it will play out is that, say that we test around 1,000 vehicles for 6 months, right? And you've got people with fuel efficient and inefficient vehicles in both rate groups and with varying income levels. Then what hopefully the data that we'll be able to collect is for the flat rate, you'll be able to see if they really paid much more than what they would have done under the gas tax. And I assume they will not probably pay that much more. If anything, the difference would be maybe a different admin rate that's a little different than what's collected under the traditional tax. But for the EPA, as we call it, rate, the one based on fuel efficiency, I think you'll see that it really, really varies. And so some people who are driving vehicles that are not fuel efficient are going to be paying quite a bit more. Whereas if you are in that rate group and you have a Tesla, you're not going to be paying anything. In fact, you could end up with a net benefit because we're required to refund drivers based on what they would have paid, including the $100 a year fee that's prorated. So if you have a really fuel efficient vehicle, you could end up getting money back. Whereas if you don't, you could end up paying quite a bit more. And if you carry that logic forward and think about the shrinking size of our fuel inefficient vehicles, then they could end up paying for quite a big percent of our existing revenue in the future if we carried that methodology forward. I think you're going to be able to see that through the pilot.
Thank you, Hannah. Again, abusing the mic maybe, but that's a lot of the concern, looking at the working class in California, right? I mean, that would be a nightmare, honestly. So how we roll this out is going to be crucial, and equity's already been brought up a number of times, but how do we uplift folks and not tip them over in this process? Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Do you have any public comment?
We have no request from the public to comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Now it's your turn. You've been waiting so patiently. So we will now move on to agenda item 6. Will be given by Casey Lazan, Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Programs with the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, Dustin Foster, Transportation Planner with the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, Annie Nam, Deputy Director at the Southern California Association of Governments, Danielle Coachman, Mobility Planning Manager with San Diego Association of Governments, Matt Maloney, Section Director of the Regional Planning Program at Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and Anoop Tapase, Principal Planner at the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I hope I got all of that right. But thank you all so much for hanging in here with us. So I will turn it over to you.
All right, can you hear me with my mic this? Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you, Commissioner Eager, commissioners, members of this joint meeting. I am Casey Lazan. I will be kicking off the series of presentations you're hearing from all of the MPOs here. And we hope that based on the conversations with the prior presenters that the information that we share moves your conversation forward. So in brief, with my great project manager here for one of the pilots we want to highlight for you. I am really here to explain high level what roadway pricing strategies in the SACOG region that we're pursuing and just a little bit of why here. So next slide, please. So this will be brief because this is a very new thing for the SACOG region. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy that SACOG adopted in 2020 is the first long-range plan we have that considers roadway pricing strategies. And the reason for that is in developing that regional plan, we saw 3 overarching needs that the strategies from our prior plans could not fully meet. One of them was an ever-growing gap between system maintenance needs and the available revenues to fund those needs. The second was the need to manage the performance of the system for all users in what we have as a fast-growing region. And then third, obviously, the need to reduce passenger vehicle greenhouse gas emissions. So what we ultimately proposed in that plan and was adopted by our board to meet those needs is 2 general strategies. One of those is tolling on specific freeways within the region where those freeways pose significant bottlenecks. We have no tolling right now in the Sacramento region. And also a mileage-based user fee that could vary based on time of day or congestion level. So this would be something separate to and complementary to the road user charge that was just discussed in the prior item. So our goal with these is to put the revenues from those back into the maintenance needs and alternative travel options that are needed within the region. So today, our region is actively working on the early pieces of the system of toll lanes, and we've launched the project to design a mileage-based user fee pilot. For both strategies, we need and want to do these in partnership with your state agencies, with federal agencies, and with our local agencies. And we are also looking at, I appreciate the comments all throughout about equity. We're also trying to, as we do this, look at how we can avoid or minimize negatively impacting BIPOC, lower income, and rural households. I want to make sure to say that because in the Sacramento region, as much as we have 2.6 million people, we are also really largely, geographically, we are very rural. And so how do we design these programs so that they are equitable across geography as well? Next slide, please. So this is briefly to show you, as we talk a lot about the need to raise revenues and manage demand, this is also a strategy to help us achieve our shared greenhouse gas goals. We do have a target of 19% per capita reduction from 2005 levels by the year 2035. The vast majority of getting to that target in our plan will come from land use and transportation strategies. And up at the top, that orange bar you see right there is an important 2% that helps us to get to that target. And that is coming from the pricing strategies that I mentioned. Next slide, please. So briefly, I wanted to just share with you that since tolling is not the main focus of our presentation today, I want to make sure you're aware of the good work that's happening in our region related to the first tolling that was likely to be the first tolling that comes online. And this is the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project. It's a 17-mile segment on Interstate 80 from really just west of the city of Davis all the way to the Sacramento County line at I-5 and Business 80. It's one of 12 priority projects for the Northern California Mega Region Partnership. And it was awarded to YOLO Transportation District, who's the lead on this, a USDOT infra grant to help build this project out. So we're very excited about that. Presently, the project team is conducting an analysis to determine the best managed lane approach, and a tolled managed lane is a baseline assumption of that. With that brief introduction, I want to turn it over to Dustin Foster, who's going to talk about, on the other strategy, mileage-based user fees and incentives.
Great. Thank you, Casey. Next slide, please. Can you all hear me okay? Wonderful. Again, I'm Dustin Foster, Transportation Planner here at CARB, the PM for this project. I want to thank our Deputy Project Manager, Maricela Salazar, been a great help here, so just wanted to thank her. So really, you know, the way we're wanting to frame this project is kind of, as we're showing here on the screen, we're in the current stage of a two-stage pilot process where, you know, in step one, we're designing a research framework to understand these mileage-based user fees paired with incentives that could lead to behavior change, but really it's, you know, listening to your conversation earlier, it's about understanding behavior, understanding how folks will react to all these new options. Next slide, please. So this project was funded from a Caltrans Strategic Partnerships grant. So the three MPOs, SACOG, SCAG, and SANDAG, we're partnering with Caltrans to develop this framework. We're specifically looking at what types of incentives, coupled with mileage-based user fees, might influence mode shift, encourage VMT reduction, and result in GHG reduction. We're also looking at this from an equity lens to inform how incentives could be used to reduce any negative impacts that mileage-based user fee might have on low-income, BIPOC, and rural communities. And I think a good point here is to understand, you know, if people live in an area where transit, biking, and walking are not really realistic options to them, or at least that's the way they perceive that option. How do we structure pricing and incentives programs in a way that we're not penalizing, bless you, people who don't have options beyond driving, right? So our goal is to develop this research framework. It'll be customizable by each region. And really we're at the early stages. We just executed a consultant contract in March. They'll help us develop the framework, and the project will be unfolding over the next 12 to 14 months. Next slide, please. So again, you know, really just like everybody, really wanting to define what we're looking at here. So on the user fees side, you know, separate, but complementary to the effort on the revenue neutral, you know, road user charge. You know, we're trying to understand the impacts of variable mileage based fees on travel. Casey had said a bit earlier on, you know, such methods as time of day, location, congestion levels, and other factors. I mean, you know, this whole project is so, early on, there's a lot of factors that we, the consultant team will recommend, certain options. The eventual pilots, the incentives for the pilots could take the form of subsidies, reduced transit fares for using non-drive alone modes of travel. We're still, again, exploring what types of incentives we'll want to test. But for example, the eventual pilots might function like a mobility wallet where people see all their travel options and the various costs and subsidies associated with them in one platform, right? So that information will, in a sense, provide folks a view of what those other options there are for them for that travel that they're going for. Next slide, please. So, like any good research study, we have to have a hypothesis, right? So really, it's if people see that they can save on transportation costs by not driving and they'll receive a subsidy or incentive for another travel option, they'll be more likely to use it. In this research, it's really going to help us, again, understand behavior, but ask questions about, these three really key areas. What types of incentives that will influence mode shift, VMT and GHG reduction, how those incentives or the combination of pricing incentives affect BIPOC, rural, and low-income communities. And finally, are there messaging strategies that would support that behavior change? Next slide, please. So as we think about these key questions and equity impacts, we're also thinking about the kinds of tools that will help us implement these pilots. Our consultants will help us explore different technologies that would inform how we can design the pilots, and then use the technology to get the information that helps us determine which incentives might be effective and where the potential equity impacts we would need to mitigate through these programs. Next slide. So, like every good presentation has a great Gantt chart. Here's a look at the project schedule for the next 6 or 7 months. The top 3 tasks are all kicking off in the near term, and they'll all kind of impact each other. The process is going to be a little iterative. So as we move through, we'll get feedback and we'll add to the list of important factors. Actually, again, they'll look at each of these top 3 tasks at a later stage, just to make sure that they're all kind of informing each other. From the project guidance and stakeholder collaboration, we're coordinating with our project partners. We're working closely actually with Lauren Prohoda at Caltrans. She was attending our kickoff meeting a few weeks ago. Still developing an advisory group, holding focus groups over the summer and interviews and meetings with key stakeholders, in each region, right? We're all going to have many different key stakeholders. Pilot research design, developing a study methodology, including sample requirements, developing control and treatment groups, which, we might discuss a bit later. But yes, survey and data gathering. And then, the pilot technology design is around recommending, platform design, and then looking at, the current state of technology and what's out there. After about 6 months, we'll kick off pilot participant information, the interface design recommendations, and looking at, participant recruitment and retention, specifically looking at underserved communities, ensuring that that's all, a part of the project. And then, the user experience on the platform itself, that's a very important piece to this. So yeah, once all the tasks are completed, consultants will develop draft and final reports, as is the case in any good project. All right, next slide, please. So we're just getting started on the design of the pilot framework, to really meet the needs of each of the MPOs. Ideally, this is the kind of template, the framework that we're developing in phase 1 that any region can adopt, and launch similar pilots. So, that's really phase 1. Phase 2, the pilot will be further refined and implemented in a future phase 2 pilot implementation launch. So phase 1 is funded, but the key step for all the participating MPOs is to identify funding to run those phase 2 pilots and to further our understanding of how pricing and incentives can promote behavior change for mode shift and GHG goals. So we really see the state as key partners in this. not both the design work, but also being partners and supporting us and identifying the funding to really launch these pilots and begin to understand better understand these impacts. That includes SACOG's presentation. So thank you all for your attention. Back to you.
So if it's all right with everyone, we'll have you all continue and we can ask questions at the end. Okay, thank you.
Assuming this is on. Great. Thank you. I need to get closer to the slides to be able to do the presentation. So good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Annie Nam. I'm the Deputy Director for Planning at the Southern California Association of Governments. I have a brief presentation today highlighting some of SCAG's work on roadway pricing, what strategies we've actually incorporated into our regional transportation plan and sustainable community strategies, and some opportunities for collaboration with the state in advancing pricing strategies. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, gonna just start with some context here as to why pricing in the SCAG region. To the top left there, this is showing our base year data from our adopted 2020 plan. We made over 71 million trips in a typical week. Not too surprising that most of our trips were actually made by personal vehicle and predominantly by solo drivers, especially for work. Obviously, a lot has changed over the course of the last couple of years, 3 years. We're still trying to assess what may be some of the long-term impacts as a result of the pandemic, but this at least gives you some historical context. And to the top right there, SB 375, GHG reduction targets are also a key reason for our focus on pricing. And let me just be clear that we as a region cannot meet our 19% GHG reduction targets without pricing in our plan. Bottom pie chart there, reflecting our 2020 financial plan. We have a $640 billion plan with the funding gap of nearly $140 billion. And the lion's share of how we closed that gap was really through pricing strategies. And so again, without pricing, we simply do not have a plan in the SCAG region, not only to meet SB 375 targets, but also federal air quality conformity requirements for criteria pollutants and federal fiscal constraint requirements. Next slide. So some additional historical context here on the work that we've conducted at SCAG on pricing. This goes back over 30 years, early pre-91 express lane studies. I just wanted to highlight that our first sustainable community strategies in 2012, as noted here, actually included two core pricing strategies, including our initial vision for a build out of express lanes network. And this was also where we started to explore and include distance-based road user charges or mileage-based user fees. And so as a follow-on to our first SES, we conducted a comprehensive pricing study back in 2014. It really looked at a combination of strategies, most definitely taking a closer look at road user charges, cordon pricing, pricing on all lanes of the highway system, in addition to our express lanes network. And just to understand really the potential synergies of all these different pricing concepts together. We also conducted an outreach campaign called the 100 Hours campaign back in 2017. And in 2019, we released a detailed assessment of cordon pricing strategy and how it could work in a place like Los Angeles as a pricing concept, as a pilot concept, sorry. And this ultimately culminated into our adopted RTP-SES, our latest adopted plan called Connect SoCal 2020, which actually incorporates both distance-based road charges, both at the state and regional levels, an express lane network, as well as some assumptions about cordon and parking pricing. And so the point here, we've done extensive planning with some initial pricing actually implemented in the form of express lanes, but it's been essentially a long road. And we certainly recognize there's a long road ahead as well. Next slide. And just to give you more context, this is our growing regional express lane network in our latest adopted Connect SoCal 2020 plan. It's a full build out of a network assumed in our financially constrained plan. And as you'll notice, it cuts across 4 of our 6 counties. So many of these segments are under development. Some have also recently opened. And as they start to connect, the seamless policies and other interoperability considerations really of critical importance to us. And so integrating individual express lane projects into a fully regional system was really the basis for SCAG's involvement and development of a regional ConOps. And let me just, while I'm here, I'd be remiss if I did not highlight the decade of success that LA Metro has had with the 110 and 10 express lanes. In particular, November marked the 10-year anniversary since the opening. And they've contributed over $100 million in revenues being put back into the corridors where these revenues were generated in the form of funding for clean fuel buses, hundreds of van pools, updated and expanded transit facilities, express bus services, active transportation, and much more. Next slide. So beyond express lanes, the slide highlights our assumptions in our adopted plan. We assumed a replacement of the gas tax with distance-based road charges, both at the state and federal levels. We were quite ambitious with a date of 2030. We're currently in the process of updating that for our 2024 plan. We assumed a regional road charge as well, essentially a distance-based road charge that builds off of the state system. We assumed parking pricing at key job centers throughout the region. And we also assumed cordon pricing at major activity centers, namely for analytical purposes, we looked at downtown Los Angeles as well as West Los Angeles. And I should mention, we conducted what we called our Mobility Go Zone and Pricing Feasibility Study, which was predominantly focusing on assessing the feasibility of the cordon pricing strategy. And it was an interesting study because when you think of cordon pricing, you don't think of Los Angeles. Well, our analysis, granted this is modeling exercise, found that fees around $3 to $4 can actually have pretty significant impacts in terms of both vehicle miles traveled as well as vehicle hours traveled, roughly about 21% to 22% peak period reductions and about 8 to 10% daily reductions respectively, as well as some mode shift to transit and active transportation, roughly about 9 to 7%. Keep in mind, this is a 4 square mile area, so I'm talking about within that area. So a very promising strategy, like I said, even in places like Los Angeles, but certainly has to be integrated with really an ecosystem of mobility options. And just to reiterate, pricing just cannot be introduced alone. Next slide. So this slide shows our scenario results from our Express Travel Choices study that was conducted back in 2014. And it reflects why we included actually a number of different pricing strategies in our subsequent SESs. And although some strategies, as you'll notice here in isolation, are quite effective, we started to evaluate really how some of these approaches can generally work together. And we anticipate that it's really going to be a layered approach to accomplish the numerous objectives that we have as a region. And so my key point here being that, it's all in how we develop these strategies, how they are designed and the intended purpose. And I don't know if you can tell from here, but for example, if you take a look at the difference in results between the flat rate versus the variable rate mileage-based user fee scenarios, where the latter is deployed much like really a demand management strategy. We assumed essentially peak and off-peak pricing. What it's doing is successfully actually shifting drivers to the off-peak and really managing that demand versus strictly trying to reduce VMT. So again, all these factors I think need to be taken into consideration as we start to think about how to take pricing strategies and really kind of design them in such a way to achieve multiple objectives. Next slide. So I'm just shifting back to our adopted Connect SoCal 2020 here, and this highlights our three largest contributors to GHG reduction, namely pricing contributing about 19%, followed by land use at 18%, and then investment in EV charging infrastructure at about 16%. The remaining strategies are really a compilation of smaller strategies, around 12 or so added together. And so this is the relative contribution of these strategies in meeting per capita GHG reduction targets. And I should be clear that this actually excludes what we call exogenous or baseline factors, and this strictly focuses on our plan strategies. Next slide. Certainly, we're very mindful of the equity concerns that are often raised when discussing any kind of pricing strategy. And, you know, I think it was said earlier by Professor Manville about the regressivity of all of our taxing systems, with the exception of an income tax, right? When we take a look at how we're currently funding the transportation system, we certainly understand the challenges as well, very regressive. The slide is simply showing that there's a greater tax burden by those in the lower income quintiles for both the existing gas tax as well as the transportation sales tax, which are primarily the mechanism for how we fund transportation today. So pricing strategies can certainly be regressive as well, but there's also a greater ties to the usage of the system, which allows for actually managing demand, so reducing traffic delays, reducing fuel consumption, and reducing vehicle emissions. Pricing, of course, we've talked about it earlier, actually generates some revenues. And so it allows for establishing some sort of income-based credits or discounts, as well as reinvestment opportunities. So next slide. So at the outset, we think it's critical to really embed equity into the program with some kind of a mitigation policies and program design features, which may be in the form of, as discussed earlier, some sort of credit system or potentially subsidies. And it could include something like universal basic mobility, which has been talked about a lot across the state, most definitely in Southern California. And this becomes even more feasible when we think about using digital mobility wallets to provide some of these services. Using contactless payment systems that's available for transit access, for example, can also be leveraged. So there's lots of synergies as we think more broadly about pricing and the entirety of the transportation system. I also want to, while I'm here, highlight some work that we completed just last year called Mobility Innovations and Pricing Study, or MIP study. And it was really focused on integrating equity into our pricing work. And I think SCAG, much like many other public agencies, have done a generally good job of trying to understand sort of larger macro travel patterns and system needs, but we haven't really done a very good job of really zoning in on low-income travel needs. And this is where the MIP project was really helpful in guiding us. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So in the MIP study, we developed this concept of transportation equity zones to supplement our existing SCAG equity geographies. So TZs additionally emphasize access to opportunity and transportation related pollution. And more importantly, they were actually developed by our community advisory committee, comprising of our community-based organization partners, to help us really better understand their specific challenges and needs of these communities. And what we anticipate on doing is utilizing these TZ to really help us in updating our next regional transportation plan. Next slide. Actually, I can skip this. Next slide. So our analysis actually using the key TZ assessment looked at commute destinations throughout the region, TZ commute destinations throughout the region. And one finding is that production, distribution, and repair districts, essentially industrial districts, are significant destinations for TZ commutes throughout the region. And again, the point here being fundamentally, this is really important for us to better understand the travel needs for these communities to ensure that we embed equity in the design and evaluation processes of potential pilots with metrics that actually serve these communities. Next slide. So this slide highlights some visuals from SCAG's 100 Hours campaign. This was conducted back in 2017 to raise awareness of strategies like congestion pricing. As you can see here, we took to the streets, billboards, media, community events, et cetera, to engage residents and actually had some fun with some of the messaging of it. But we think there's tremendous opportunity here to do some sort of a statewide campaign collaboratively between the state and the regions. I think perhaps the most challenging part of pricing is not so much the technical details, but more so on the education and outreach, and that's where we really need some help. Next slide. So another ask that we have is funding to help us develop metrics and deploy pilots, including resources for meaningful equity engagement. There's some interesting demonstrations and synergies with testing mobility as a service concepts, mobility hubs, and pricing together. There's an opportunity to look at universal basic mobility and mobility wallets with pricing. And internationally, I should say many existing congestion pricing zones were initially deployed as low emission zones. And as we look to accelerate clean technologies, there's perhaps tremendous potential here with low emission zones and pricing. There's also a need for state enabling legislation for many of these pilots over the near term, and along with that, expedited streamlining environmental processes for pilots. And we also need to foster, I'd say, both local and state leadership to help the regions advance many of these concepts, as they're certainly not easy lifts, and they're not something we can do alone. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Awesome. Thank you all for having me. I'm Danielle Coachman, the Manager of Strategic Partnerships from SANDAG. I'm glad I get to talk now because we're all having that post-lunch blood sugar slump. So I get to talk, so I'll stay awake. I can't promise you will, though. So I'm going to focus on SANDAG's most recent Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy, which we called our 2021 Regional Plan. Because during the development of this plan, the possibility of future roadway pricing strategies really became a hot topic in our region. So I'm going to give a brief overview of how we developed this plan and where we're at today. Next slide. For this plan, SANDAG decided to do a complete overhaul and start from scratch when developing the plan's transportation networks, the policies and programs to support it, and also the revenue assumptions that would fund it. We used a robust public engagement process, an industry advisory panel, and a human-centered design approach to guide the development. Next slide. So we started with our three primary goals. Most importantly, we needed to meet our state and federal mandates, the most difficult of which was our SB 375 requirement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 19% per capita by 2035. But again, as other people have mentioned, the other federal air quality conformity requirements. Secondly, we were looking to reduce congestion, and then finally looking to address environmental and social justice issues and provide equitable access for all communities and all people. Next slide. So we started with a vision. We had 5 key strategies that we identified right away during the plan development, and we called these the 5 big moves. Together, they work to create a complete transportation network that really would provide our residents tree travel choices. You know, right now within our region, we're pretty auto dependent as with the rest of the state of California. So just quickly touching on them, complete corridors are multimodal roadways that use technology to actively manage how they're being used based on real-time conditions and have the appropriate infrastructure to support all modes safely. Transit Leap is high-speed, reliable, high-capacity transit service that also benefits from technology to improve reliability and provide a high-quality service for the customers. Flexible fleets are those on-demand shared mobility services, including transportation network companies, shared bikes and scooters, and last mile delivery. We included in that as well. And the mobility hubs are the places where they all come together, those connected communities where all the different modes of transportation come together seamlessly, and it's safe and easy to get around without a car. And then at the heart, we have NextOS that really brings it all together. It's the data and the software application that's needed to coordinate the services and manage the infrastructure. Next slide. So like any good planning effort, we started with the data. We looked at where people lived and where they worked, along with the discretionary trip patterns as well, since commute is only a portion of trip making. In San Diego, we have many employment centers scattered throughout the region. So it makes it challenging to have those, consistent trip patterns that are easy to serve with transit. But you can really see some, heavy lines and some good opportunities where high quality transit could provide great travel options and reduce vehicle miles traveled. It also, with these distributed employment centers, makes cordon pricing not the best solution, although Annie's making me second guess that now, and we'll go back to the drawing board. So this is the data that we use to inform where we would make our investments, particularly with transit, and then the other infrastructure that would be needed to support it. Next slide. So in addition to the data about how people are moving right now, we also look to our activity-based travel model to see how different projects, programs, and policies can help us achieve our goals. So we did a variety of sensitivity testing, but I'm going to highlight two scenarios that we ran for this group because I think it's very interesting to this audience, the sensitivity testing that we did around land use and housing. So this first one that I'm sharing is what we call the low VMT. And what we did for this one was we ran our model focusing 100% of all new housing production and all growth in the areas of our region where VMT is the lowest today. So there's a variety of reasons why VMT is the lowest. There's other options available. People walk to work. So anyways, we looked at the data from today, those low VMT areas, all the housing, new housing production was in there. Spoiler alert, this was the winner. We saw by 2050 a 4% reduction in VMT and a 5% increase in transit ridership. And so you'll see in a later slide, that's a 1.2% by 2035 reduction in VMT. So 2054%, pretty good. But definitely doesn't get us to our 19%. Next slide. So this was our second sensitivity testing around housing production. We focused new housing in our employment areas, thinking, people walk to work or alternative methods to get to work. And so when we ran this one, we saw a 2.9% reduction in VMT and a 2% increase in transit ridership. So still moving the needle, but we picked the previous low VMT option as our scenario for the regional plan. And that's how we really kind of built the plan around how we saw the future of investing in our infrastructure. All right, next slide. So looking at how we were going to fund the plan, we knew that we were introducing more projects. Our transit network was going to be more expensive substantially than in previous plans. We did see our managed lane network costs reduce because we were looking at our existing right-of-way. Expanding our freeways was no longer on the table. And so the cost of adding managed lanes when we're converting from a general purpose or converting from a shoulder saved us a substantial amount of money. But with the investment in transit, we knew we were going to bring new funding to the table in order to make it pencil out. So these were as we evaluated different revenue sources for the plan, these were really the criteria that we were evaluating those those sources on. We wanted something that was sustainable, something that wasn't going to decline in the future, like what we're seeing with the gas tax. We wanted something that was equitable. It had the potential to be less regressive than the other funding sources that we currently use to fund our transportation system. And then we wanted something that was fair, that people are paying for what they use and that we aren't having, certain population groups subsidizing others that are actually using the transportation system. And then also flexible, it's important that there's some local control over how dollars are spent, that we're able to use them how we need them. For example, we have more and more, as we shift towards managing our infrastructure better, a greater need for operating dollars and less operating dollars available than what we need. And, it's more shifted towards capital as far as what's available. So having that flexibility to spend the dollars where we need them. All right, next slide. So now that I've discussed the plan development, I'm going to touch on what actually ended up in the plan. Next slide. So this slide shows the proposed transportation network all layered on each other so that you can get very overwhelmed by everything that's proposed. We're doing a lot. So at the bottom, you can see the mobility hubs, and then the blue around that, those are the areas where we would expect shared mobility services to be available. Above that, in that yellowish green color, is the proposed managed lane networks, and you see some rural corridors out on the right side of the screen. Above that, you can see our rapid buses. They are turquoise. We call it next generation rapid bus. And then above that, light rail, and finally commuter rail is purple on the top. So that's everything we have proposed. And next slide. Too much talking. All right, so our plan came up with a price tag of 163 billion, primarily more than half is capital. And that's traditionally, we're a very capital heavy plan, but seeing more and more operating dollars becoming parts of our plans as we progress. Next slide. So the revenue assumptions came out to 172 billion. So that gives us a $10 billion cushion with our revenue constrained plan. As is typical, this plan included diverse funding sources, so a combination of state, local, and federal funds. You can see an assumed regional road usage charge accounts for 10.8% of the plan, so that's pretty significant. Revenues from the managed lane network came in at 11.6%. So between the two, we're over 20% of the total funding of the plan. And then we also have the state road charge program, that revenue neutral run, and that's included in the state funding, which is that green over on the right. All right, next slide. So we had a robust pricing strategy included in the plan. You can see on the left-hand side, the policy goals that we were trying to achieve through the different pricing strategies that we were including in our plan. Most importantly was the opportunity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, VMT, and to meet our climate goals. And also, when looking at these pricing strategies, that creates the opportunity for reinvestment, which we've talked about a lot, into, alternatives, transit, and other programs as well. I'll run through the different elements that we included. We had the pictures all represent a different pricing strategy. So top left, we had managed lanes. These are kind of the easiest, because we already have these, so people know, what managed lanes look like. We have managed lanes on I-15 that have been there since the 90s, but we're really looking as part of this plan to expand them throughout the region, leverage new technology to make them flexible and to operate better. And then also to use these managed lanes to prioritize transit. That next generation bus rapid network that I showed you earlier would take advantage of these lanes, so they would have better travel times, higher speeds, and be more reliable. The second middle one is representing reduced fares for transit riders. So we included reduced fares for certain populations in the early years of the plan, and then reduced fares across the board in the later half of the plan. And since the plan was adopted, there's been discussions about even increasing the amount of fare reduction or potentially fare elimination as we look to update our plan in the future. Top right, we represent TNC fees. We are looking at fees similar to Chicago, San Francisco, and countless other areas where, often people pay more for a solo trip versus a pooled trip to try to encourage that pooling and also to encourage just some better travel behavior around the use of TNCs and Ubers and Lyfts. And then bottom left, we included pricing and curb parking assumptions. As far as the parking pricing, we had new parking zones, increased parking pricing. This really, we find, moves the needle with reducing VMT. We assume that the revenues for these go back to the jurisdictions as we do now, but we did incorporate into our modeling, those increased zones and increased prices. And then bottom right was a road usage charge. In our plan, we assumed a flat per mile fee, but this is a high level planning document and we hadn't done a lot of work. While the assumptions include a flat fee, we always assume that there would be, a future engagement process working with political leaders and the communities to figure out what our priorities were, and that eventually a fee like this could vary. It could vary by weight of the vehicle to address, the surface roadway conditions. It could vary by time of day to address peak period condition. It could be means-based. And so the idea here is just, like Michael Manville was talking about, we have a limited resource and we can really manage that by pricing it the same way other utilities do. Next slide. All right, so getting to our GHG reduction target at 19%, if you could click again. Since 2005, we have had 9.1%. So this is attributed to, changes in land use patterns, to new transportation projects, to changes in travel patterns. So doing pretty good, I think. And then next click. And then for the rest of the regional plan to get us to our 19%, we actually got a little bit past, we got to 20.4%. You can see pricing policies had the singular biggest impact. So all those policies that I was talking about on the previous slide got us an additional 3.6% reduction in GHG. The next is the electric vehicle infrastructure and incentive programs got us to 1.9%. The capital projects that we're building, the transit projects, they get us another 1.6%. Land use is at 1.2%, which I mentioned earlier. We got up to 4% by 2050. Telework, transportation demand management, technology, toll policies, it all adds up to get us there. But pricing, as Annie mentioned, is a huge component of it. Next slide. All right, so the plan was adopted in December of 2021, and immediately our board directed staff to begin an amendment to the plan to remove the regional road usage charge. Next slide. All right, so why did that happen? I think we've all touched on today that the public perception of pricing needs careful navigation. In general, we find that the public opinions of pricing projects are really poor prior to implementation. Whether it's an express lane project or a cordon zone like in London, the majority of people who are impacted those policies dislike them before they're implemented and then like them after they're implemented. So we have a huge hill to climb. The article on the left came out, I believe in late October. It might say in the small print at the top, but I'm not sure. But it came out close to the end of adoption of the plan, and it was really a big deal. It really came to a head when it highlighted how influential pricing strategies could be in influencing elections. It pointed specifically to a city council race in one of our jurisdictions where an unlikely candidate won after basing her campaign on the singular issue of opposing the road usage charge that was in the regional plan. So this resulted in a firestorm of media, discussions by local politicians, media outlets. There was a lot of misinformation out there. There was some correct information out there. All the concerns that have been mentioned to date around privacy, all that stuff was brought up. And pretty soon after, the people on our board that supported the road usage charge and pricing strategies, began to fall off. And we got to a point where our entire board voted to remove the regional road usage charge from our plan. So we are going through work right now to do that amendment. And they also have given us direction to immediately stop any work being done specifically on a regional road usage charge. Next slide. So at this time, efforts to pursue regional road usage charge strategies are on hold indefinitely. We are supporting the statewide efforts, including our involvement with the SACOG and STAT study, which we are happy to be a part of. There's going to be huge value to our participation in that. And I'm really excited to see what we can learn about people's travel behaviors and incentives and pricing and how people can change their travel patterns. We're really focusing on expanding our managed lane region in the short term. That's something that we've been successful at in the past, and so going to build on that. And that's really our focus. And who knows what the future will hold. I know one of the commissioners mentioned earlier that maybe we would have the answer to how, but I'm going to toss that potato back to you all. Because we need to see leadership from the state in this sphere. We need leadership around messaging, public education around this policy issue, and transitioning the road charge program from a pilot to deployment as quickly as possible. Getting something implemented will be able to be less scary. And it can be the next slow for the cone zone. Pricing, we need a snazzy tagline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I did want to welcome Assembly Member Friedman. Welcome, Assembly Member.
Hello.
Yes.
Great to see all of you. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, even though you're right here, I think, in Los Angeles. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thanks. I've been very interested in hearing your conversation for the past couple of presenters. Really wonderful to have more of a chance to take a look at what you're all working on. And I, first of all, want to thank all of you for your incredibly hard work on the commission and with all of the different areas that you work on. There's very little that I can tell you here that you don't know already. There's very little I can tell you that you don't know a lot more about than I do. So I do want to just take a minute to express my appreciation for digging into these really difficult policy areas, policy areas especially that impact people's lives so much that people become elected or unelected because of them. That's really tough stuff to be talking about and trying to impact. But I do think that this group, more than anybody else, understands the importance of the work that you're doing. We know that we're not going to be able to make our climate goals without a serious reduction of vehicle miles traveled in the state. We know that we're going in the wrong direction in many cases, particularly post-COVID. We know that the vehicles themselves, even though we're moving to EVs, there's also, I was just listening to NPR on the way home a little while ago, and they were talking about how the majority of vehicles being sold are SUVs and pickup trucks. And that has its own impacts, not just to the road conditions, but to public safety, to public health, to livability in our cities. And certainly you all understand the huge impact that our dependence on single occupancy cars has on our ability to build the housing we need, particularly in our urban areas. And then on our suburban areas and our growing areas, the impact that creating sprawl communities has on our ability to reduce vehicle miles traveled and in our ability to preserve open space and farmland. So the stuff that you're working on, I think, is some of the most important environmental areas in the state. The one area where California's environmental policies have gone the wrong direction. It's super important for equity, particularly as we have an aging population who we don't want to be driving around everywhere and won't be able to drive. For the equity of the fact that the other thing that this NPR story was talking about was how much more expensive cars are getting, that a lot of the auto industry is dropping the lower price models out of their lineup completely and only selling luxury vehicles and more expensive vehicles, and what that means to our service workers, our disadvantaged community members and their ability to get around, their ability to just get around their communities. And I hear a lot in Los Angeles about public safety and the amount of traffic violence we're seeing and the impact that congestion has on people's ability to just walk and bike around their communities safely. So this is really important, and all of that has a nexus to road pricing and congestion pricing, or whatever you want to call it, but our ability to pay for our roads and then to disincentivize car trips. And you also understand, of course, that we can't do this in a way that's punitive. And I think the reason that we see such a huge public backlash every time we try to do congestion pricing is that the alternatives in many cases are just so much worse than driving. Whenever I'm going to drive anywhere in LA, I always open Google Maps and see what public transportation would take me, would cost me in terms of time lost. And it's very common that in LA, which is an urban area, that taking public transportation is 2 to 4 times longer than if I were to drive. And so, of course, when you tell someone like, well, we're going to force you into that, or we're going to charge you to drive, they're going to get really mad at us. And the only way that we can get out of that is to make our public transportation system so robust that once people try it and they say, well, I don't want to pay to drive to Santa Monica or to LAX, and then they take the transit option, they find out that it's actually faster, more convenient and safer and more pleasant. That's the only way that this is going to work. It's the only way that we're going to go to people with a straight face and say that we're going to change the way that they're paying for using the roads. And we have to do that before we have our transition to EVs. We can't wait until then. Once people have something for nothing, it's really hard to get them to pay for it. But if you kind of do it at the same time and they realize that, yeah, they're saving all the money on gas, but they've got to pay another way, they're a lot more accepting of it. So I want to, again, thank you for all of your work. And I want to also thank the regions that have started to include pricing in their RTPs and SCSs as a strategy towards their sustainable community goals. I think you're all way ahead of the curve. And I want to thank the administration for all of their engagement and their work on this. I wish I could come on this Zoom and give you all of the answers. I can't. I know that you're all way ahead of me. I would say that as much as I can help support your work and help support moving these projects to meaningful pilots sooner rather than later, that's certainly, we stand ready to help with that as best we can. And, with all of the work that I've been doing with our desire to try to move funding into meaningful transit investments, any of you that want a seat at that table and want to help us and be part of that conversation, we would love to have you. Daryl Steinberg and I have been holding large stakeholder meetings with the metropolitan planning groups, with SANDAG, with so many of you, with labor, and seeing how we can foster this transition. I think now's the time. We've got to act as quickly as we can. We've done a lot of studies, but we need to start putting those studies into action on the ground. So again, I thank you. Thanks for having me for a few minutes today. I hope to be able to join you more in the future and to, be here to support whatever efforts you're putting forward.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Friedman, and we look forward to seeing you in person in the future. And we also wanted to thank you for your leadership in transportation in the state of California. We do this as a team, all of us, and having you in the assembly leading that team has always been helpful, and we appreciate everything that you've done.
Well, thank you. You're a really wonderful, powerful group that I learn from, every single time. So thanks so much for having me again.
Thank you. All right. Now we're in the home stretch.
Good afternoon. We are in the home stretch. So this is the final presentation of the day. So this is a tag team. We're in the Bay Area now. So Matt Maloney is my name, Director of Regional Planning with MTC, representing the 9-county Bay Area. My colleague is next to me here, Anoop Depase, who's managing this study. And we're halfway through a really important but a really tough study. And it's a tough study because we are being very proactive in listening to the public and to our partners about these very issues. But it's an important one. What we're doing is we're exploring the next generation for our Bay Area's freeways, and central to that next generation is the role that road pricing can play. Next slide. Why are we studying the role of pricing in our future? First, we have transportation problems to solve. During the pandemic, we kind of started this work during the pandemic, which struck people as a bit unusual because everybody was at home. But of course, what we all saw in our major metro areas is that within a year of the onset of COVID, traffic had roared back to life in a big way. And it has stayed that way in the Bay Area, even though we have the highest telework rates in the US. And pricing remains quite likely the only tool left in our toolbox to address that high demand and shift behavior to other modes. Second, pricing has the potential to advance equity if we do it right. There's a few different pieces of that. How you charge is very important. How you spend the proceeds are very important. And one more thing I'll add that I don't think anybody else touched on today, but something we're learning through our effort is how you phase it is really important. One thing that we're hearing very much from the public is, ensure that you get those other investments in these corridors in place as a precondition before you put pricing in place. So I think that's also another piece that we have to think about, is just the phasing of how we make these investments. Lastly, and I'm just echoing everybody else today, we need these strategies to meet our emissions and climate targets. And next slide, please. And everybody's got the GHG chart today because the Air Resources Board is in the room. So you better have that chart. So just real quick, I want to leave you and kind of center your attention really just on the green, the light blue, and I guess what looks like purple on this screen on the bottom. In terms of reaching our goals, land use and these environmental strategies make a huge impact. They are just huge for us in terms of housing production, jobs, housing balance, and where we place housing and jobs. It's the biggest thing that we do in our plan. We simulate that has an impact on GHG. Now, on the bottom two numbers, the 4% number in the light blue, what that represents is all of the transportation strategies in our plan. And we've got $578 billion worth of investments. That in totality gets you 4%. It's pretty good. But on the bottom, you get about the same bang for the buck as all those multi-million investments, 578 million transportation from an all-lane tolling strategy. Single strategy, not easy, quite controversial. But this is similar to what all my colleagues here have said today. It's a necessary piece for us to achieve those goals. Next slide. Okay, so the little pyramid here, and I think the previous speakers did a good job today of kind of setting all of this up, so we kind of know what we're talking about when we throw out different nomenclature. So what exactly do we mean by road pricing in the context of today's presentation? So obviously the foundation is the gas tax, and we are potentially moving towards a replacement for that gas tax, a road user charge, and all of us are contemplating some kind of replacement in our plans. Of course, you ensure stable revenues to operate and maintain the transportation system. Above that, in the Bay Area, we've got a rich tolling infrastructure today. If you're a user of the bridges, obviously we are tolling the bridges. We are using those proceeds to fund improvements to the bridges and do seismic retrofits. Over time, we have raised those tolls and asked the voters to approve those increases in tolls. And through those proceeds, we've been able to fund other investments in mobility, including a lot of investments in public transportation. We've also have a pretty robust express lane system in the Bay Area. Again, these are usually a single lane at a time, usually starting with a high occupancy vehicle piece, but then evolving to an HOT lane. So we also have a robust system of express lanes. But at the top of the pyramid, and really what the focus is today, is kind of what are we doing with the rest of the system, the general purpose lanes that are part of the system. And in our planning, we simulated pricing all of those lanes on roadways that had good transit adjacent to them. So Anoop's I'm gonna hand it over to Anoop, and he's gonna run through, kind of what we're doing in this study.
Thanks, Matt. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, all. Anoop Tapase, project manager for this study. So as Matt has mentioned, we are studying whether pricing to manage demand has a role to play in the future of the Bay Area. And as has been acknowledged several times already today, pricing strategies have significant equity concerns. So in this study, we are exploring whether pricing strategies can be combined with a meaningful suite of complementary strategies to create win-win outcomes and use pricing as a tool to advance equity. So complementary strategies are not just to mitigate the adverse impacts of pricing, but to improve our transit network, invest in safety, and advance equitable outcomes. And these strategies would be funded by tolling revenues or alignment of existing or future planned resources. And many of those improvements or complementary strategies need to be in place prior to tolling. So together, this combination of pricing and complementary strategies is what we're calling pathways towards next generation freeways. And we are seeking to analyze a few different pathways for the region over the next year in this study. Next slide, please. The first step, though, before we analyze those pathways was to identify common goals that we all need to work towards. Pricing to drive would be a really major policy shift, perhaps the most significant shift since the inception of freeways. And so this gives us a chance to reimagine the future of freeways and the transportation system at large. So here's the vision we came up with for this study in working with our communities and advisory group. Affordable, one where everyone has affordable, not necessarily free, but affordable and cost-effective travel options. Efficient, where we maximize capacity of our existing infrastructure by improving multimodal alternatives to driving. So more people have time competitive alternatives to driving. Not everyone is going to have time competitive alternatives to driving, but if more people did, then at least there would be some users that shift off driving into more sustainable modes. Reliable, to reduce traffic congestion and improve reliability for people and goods. Reparative freeways that support communities, freeway adjacent communities that have been and are impacted adversely by 20th century policy decisions. And finally, safe, promote safer travel by all modes and on all facilities, whether that's freeways or off freeways, while also improving environmental health. And so across all these goals, the overarching objective is to advance equitable outcomes for that support equity priority communities. So that could mean things like residents of equity priority communities have more frequent feeder buses to get to regional transit, or lower income people who cannot afford to live in the urban core and have been pushed out can realize some travel time savings on freeways that outweigh any cost increases that they might see as a result of these tolling, or have some means-based discounts in place that offset that cost burden. Or low-income communities with freeway barriers in their neighborhoods receive some sustainable funding source to implement recommendations from all the community-based transportation plans that they develop over time and frequently have no source of funding to implement those recommendations. Next slide, please. So we are considering 3 pricing strategies, at least in our first round of analysis, and this may evolve over time. The first is all-lane highway tolling in transit-rich corridors. So this would toll all lanes of highways in corridors with existing or planned regional rail or frequent express bus service. So that covers a good number of freeways in our region. Tolls would vary by place and time of day and would be 0 if there were no congestion. It shouldn't cost to drive if there is no congestion. This is not about raising revenues. This is about improving our experience on freeways and transportation. The second is a variation, admittedly perplexing to imagine, but we're looking to understand whether tolling on major parallel arterials, in addition to highways, could help contain diversion off of highways, which is a primary concern when we're talking about tolling on freeways. The third is tolling vehicles entering the downtowns of the 3 largest cities, Oakland, San Francisco, and San Jose. So alongside these 3 pricing strategies, we also want to understand how far we can get towards our goals with no new pricing initiatives. So that's, of course, an alternative that we will be studying as well. Now to go, next slide, please. To go along with the pricing strategies, we are looking at a range of complementary strategies to design equitable and politically acceptable pathways. And that's really the key question we are getting at with this study. Are there equitable and politically acceptable pathways that are centered on pricing to help reimagine our freeways? And so we've been prioritizing engagement, deep stakeholder engagement with a variety of folks on our advisory group, including business, labor, freight, equity advocates, citizen representatives, and also doing a good amount of community engagement. And so we're considering a range of complementary strategies, and there are many options, but we cannot talk about investing in all of them. There are trade-offs. So can we make significant improvements to buses, especially feeder buses, by having 10-minute headways so people see transit as a reliable option? Or should we invest in transit safety to convert those choice riders who avoid transit because of safety issues? Now, there are large parts of the populations that might never have good public transit options, either because they've been pushed away from the urban core due to housing costs, or because they need to drive with tools, drive with cleaning products in their car. So what share of the funding should be put toward transportation cost offsets, towards discounts or rebates towards certain groups of the population, for those groups that absolutely need to drive and depend on their vehicle for the work they do? In the case of local roads, should we invest in improving local street safety so people feel safer accessing transit? Or should we put additional funding towards road maintenance so drivers feel that that their tolls are worth it? And then finally, we all acknowledge here that freeways have caused harm and disinvestment in freeway adjacent communities. So can tolling revenues be used to redress past harms and improve pedestrian crossings or urban greening in freeway adjacent communities, or other such measures that are more community scale initiatives? So I know our ideal answer is all of the above, all these complementary strategies, but what we're trying to do in our engagement in the study, both with stakeholders and communities, is identify a set of investments that could go along with the pricing strategies and be funded by those tolling revenues to create win-win outcomes across different stakeholders. Next slide, please. And so there are several questions we are trying to tackle in the study. What does this mean for HOV and express lanes? Will the toll be worth it relative to the time savings people are seeing? How could transit improvements be in place prior to the start of tolling? What is the burden on essential workers who must drive to work? How will transportation costs change for low-income drivers? What is the impact on local streets parallel to freeways? Is all the VMT shifting to local streets? Will exemptions and discounts reduce the effectiveness of pricing? What technology should we be considering, and how would that integrate with Fast Track and Clipper? And what's the cost of all this? What would be the cost to implement on-lane tolling? And so many more questions. I'm sure there's many more questions in your minds, and while we may not answer all those questions in our study, we want to take a meaningful step forward in this 2-year effort and help narrow down future efforts. And so the study is an early implementation action of what we included in our plan in our RTP, but we do foresee a number of future efforts after this study that could be like corridor scale initiatives, or public engagement studies, or design of pricing systems, and thinking about pilot frameworks. With that, I'll hand it back to Matt to wrap it up.
Okay, next slide. So to move forward on this, without a doubt, we need partnership. I mean, hopefully one of the themes you're getting out of this is, I think the MPOs have taken a step here, sometimes a very controversial step that makes the news headlines in terms of putting these strategies front and center in their RTP SESs. But obviously, we can't implement these types of strategies on our own. It's a partnership among us, but also with the state and with the federal government. So there's, the bunch here about sort of the importance of partnership, the importance of just authorization and streamlining and how we implement. But one thing I want to touch on here is the bottom bullet points on just the paramount importance of solving the transit funding crisis as part of this. And it relates directly to road pricing because really it's a corridor approach. And again, when we talk to our partners in the public, those transit investments we make in those corridors are hugely important. We need fast, frequent service. We need to operate and maintain the systems that we have. And in the Bay Area, our transit system is in deep trouble. It has not returned to the pre-COVID levels. So we have a fiscal cliff. We are working with the state legislature on this, but if we cannot solve this transit crisis, we are in trouble with this strategy too. And I think that's one of the things I want to leave you with today, is that they kind of go together. Next slide. and then I'm done. We're about halfway through the study. So, you can reach out to me or Anoop at any time. We're doing stuff very publicly with our committees and with our commission, and we're going to be working on this through the spring of 2024. Thank you very much.
Great information. I have to say, I really appreciate the slides when they're really large. I'm one of those over 65 that you all are telling me I can't drive soon. Making sure that this information is being read by everyone is wonderful. And I know we'll have questions from our dais up here. So does anyone have any immediate questions? I know I had one, and I think it was for SCAG. Could you expand a little bit on the job center parking strategy?
That side. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we basically took employment dense areas. I believe it was essentially the top 16, and looked at essentially base rates in terms of parking. And most were considerably low. And we leveled it up from there, looking at the various jurisdictions. So that was what was incorporated into our plan. I believe Danielle indicated as well, as part of the Sandags plan, they incorporated similar sort of local pricing, parking pricing strategies. We did not assume that most of that revenue came to regional projects, so they would essentially go back to the local jurisdictions. But they were most definitely important as a part of the modeling exercise to understand what happens in terms of behavior shift.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
So I enjoyed all of your presentations, and every single one of you talked about streamlining the ability to deliver express lanes or other pricing strategies. And we've included that in the CTC's annual report. We think it's very, very important that we can go from a general purpose lane to a toll lane and to implement these quickly. What has been your experience as you've been talking to your legislative representatives in terms of since we are all pointing to the fact that these have an equity benefit and a GHG benefit, what's the willingness to have the same kind of CEQA streamlining that we would have for a basketball arena or something else, so that we can actually address the fiscal cliff we're on for transit?
I can start off. I would say, frankly, we're not there yet. But in terms of dealing with the state legislature on this issue, in terms of authorization, we are very much focused on pilot opportunities, especially those that are coming at the federal level. There's been some that have been in place for quite some time, the value pricing, the VPP projects, and there's some new pilot opportunities in the new federal law. So I think that's going to be very important in terms of authorization. We obviously would believe that we don't want projects like this once we get to them, and they are corridor level projects that include transit investments, community revitalization projects, and potentially pricing projects. We would, love the approval process for these projects to be expedited for sure. We don't want them to get hung up. I know there are some, related bills in the legislature on things like this. But I would just say for our agency, we haven't engaged in any direct conversation on this exact topic yet.
Thank you. Yes.
First of all, I just want to thank you all for this really kind of impressive amount of thought and analysis and innovation and forward thinking that your organizations are all doing. And I guess kind of keying off, you were talking about, it would be great to have the approval process expedited for some of these pilots. And so I'm going to broaden that question a little bit and say, here you've got CTC, you've got CARB, I think CalSTA is still listening. What do you need from us in state government collectively to really support the efforts that you are doing?
I think I'll start in relation to managed lanes, because as I mentioned, this is kind of our low hanging fruit right now and doing some of the conversions. There's various legal opinions about what we can and can't do, what we have authority to do, both around conversions and also around delivery, what types of delivery, whether, you know, we need to go design, bid, build, or we could look at something alternative. And I don't know exactly how we get there, but, you know, with different amounts of risk tolerance around the state, you know, we have kind of the precedent of we need to get legislation for every project. And if we could have more kind of blanket authority to do different types of delivery, different types of conversions, and not be taking these as one by one projects that we need to build for each one.
If I can just add to that, I think there was a question earlier about ultimately, how do we get there? And I think it was Professor Manville who talked about the importance of piloting. I think all of us 100% agree that ultimately we do need to pilot many of these concepts. When we're asking for authorization, we're asking for authorization for piloting, really, because we need to understand and learn from some of these experiments. And frankly, on the outreach front as well, I think, you know, we've learned this through the state's own pilot program. Ultimately, when you have participants really experiencing something, they better understand what it is all of us are really talking about. And so I think the piloting concept is really, really critical. And that's where we have an opportunity to tweak things, right? I think most of us are coming to conclusions here based upon simulation exercises, modeling exercises. Granted, there's been experiments internationally, beyond demonstrations, actual implementations. Having said that, I think just given our own context, ultimately we've been relying on simulation exercises, and it would be incredibly valuable to be able to do some pilots.
I'll add one more thing too, not really related, but there's a city in Sweden, I can't think of the name right now, but they did a pilot of a cordon congestion zone. And then at the end of the pilot, they had a referendum to, you know, transition it to full-time, and it failed. It did not get a majority of vote. And the official decided to keep it anyways. And then like a year later, it was favorable. They had like a 55% public opinion that they liked the project. So I think also understanding that, you know, it takes some time for the public to get there.
Oh, good. Thank you, Chair. First, thank you, Chair Randolph. You, I think, asked the big question is how can we help? And I appreciate the answer there. And so I'll just make a statement then. In one, I'd like to see our agencies support your efforts. And I was very impressed by the MPOs and the on the ground and the risk level that's happening at the local level when there's uncertainty, and particularly right now when, you know, if I've talked to many constituents where they see inflation as a real impact to their daily life. And even as you know, we were here, I was getting emails about the conditions of our roadway from my own constituents. So how timing is important. So then, you know, so one, I do think our agencies need to support your efforts. And if there are other things, as I'm asking my second question, that you think that we can help in that way, I'd like to hear those. But the other question that I have is, how is the CTC planning on sharing the learnings, you know, and not only to the public, but more importantly, as this is moving forward between the MPOs, and what's the feedback look between the pilot program at from the road user charged and that of the MPOs. So maybe if there's a question from our CTC staff, or as well as our MPOs on the data, how do we make sure that the left hand is talking to the right hand here?
So maybe I'll start. One of the good things is that all of our panelists are on the first name basis with our team, because these are consistent dialogues that we have very frequently. This is not a new topic for us as we're talking about road user charge, and Hannah Walter of our team has talked about this. They participate in our road user charge work group, as well as just having one-on-one conversations, group conversations. One of the things I'll talk about in my wrap-ups today is the CalSTA-led effort for a working group that also has these conversations. So there's a lot of back and forth conversation sharing. There's also conversations with our ledge team, Justin's in the back there, about how we team with MTC, for example, on some of the pricing work they're doing, where Danielle talks about legislation. We're in the know of what that legislation is. We actually have a tolling hearing coordinated with MTC for SR 37 coming up. So there's a lot of coordination and dialogue going on between all of the MPO regions, including on their SCS development as these things are coming forward. Because in some cases, when we talk about tolling facilities, the first step in outside of legislation is to come to the commission to request that authority as well.
Thank you, Director Taylor. And I would say, you know, I think that that level of feedback and communication, real-time communication is going to be critical. And particularly, I'm very interested in the SCAG and the SACOG pilot project here, because we have to be able to adjust quickly as the public begins to become aware of these projects. Oh, I think, yeah.
If I
Yes,
may
I would.
respond, Director Garrett, to one of your, I guess your first question. So in addition to everything that you've heard is what we are looking for help from the state, from your agencies, and from you also as commissioners and board members. I think what you have seen is that the MPOs are aligned in trying to achieve the same goals that state-led efforts are trying to achieve. And so knowing that if as we hopefully very regularly communicate and share information back and forth on what is happening with the road user charge pilot, as well as our pilots, but also all of the other adjacent state efforts, right? Cal, ITP, et cetera, that when it comes time to review plans or projects that come from us, when you are in a position of a regulatory position over us, or you are in a approving position over us, I think I would ask that you remember that we are trying to reach the same goals. And so when you look at us struggling, that you from top to bottom are trying to help us problem solve through that struggle. Rather than, I'm not saying you do this right, but I would hope that it's helping us problem solve rather than saying, well, you didn't make it, try again. So I would ask that. Thank you.
Fair enough. Member Shaheen, yes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much to the panel. I really enjoyed all the presentations. And I was really struck by how holistically you were all thinking about these issues, right? It's not one solution of a rock. It's an integrated strategy solution. And I saw that across all the presentations. So I really welcomed that. And I also welcomed the idea around focusing on pilots, but also putting a lot of emphasis on education and outreach. And I think that's one thing that the value pricing pilot program did exceptionally well, is understanding everything when you do a pilot about how the public responds to it, documenting it along with lessons learned and impact analysis. So one of the questions I had for the group, because I didn't hear this come up, was around the issue of privacy concerns. And I was curious if that's something that you're thinking about as you're talking about essentially digitizing our curb space, our parking space, our road space.
Maybe if I could, Board Member Shaheen, maybe I'll ask Hannah Walter from our team to talk about the SB 339 privacy considerations that we're working on as part of the pilot program that we have and the tax recommended to us.
So Tanisha, can you
talk about the privacy considerations?
in the pilot? Yeah, there's actually 3 different things that we're recommending that CalSTA consider in the pilot design. So the first is that we adopt a similar privacy policy to what was laid out in our original 2017 pilot. There's been pilots since then, but that was a really big pilot with 5,000 vehicles. And so the privacy policy laid out just a framework for how to make sure that we were doing things like collecting the minimum information necessary, and making sure that participants were aware of their choices when they signed up for the pilot, things like that. So one of the things we're recommending is that we use that same policy and we make some updates to it. One of our consultants worked on that policy and is an attorney and has been working in the space since then. So he suggested some wording changes to that. So we're recommending that. There's a couple of privacy experts on the TAC. One is a lawyer and the other one is more into the IT space. And so they actually in 2022 had made a whole list of privacy recommendations for a road charge pilot in general, or for a road charge program in general statewide. And so we recommended that this pilot incorporate some of those suggestions. And like some of those examples of those suggestions are things like involve legal early in the design of the pilot, make a requirement that information needs to be destroyed within 30 days. There was a list of things like that that we're asking them to consider. And then the final thing was that Caltrans had a data security report that, and I don't know if it ever got published publicly, but it was a really good in-depth look at how to keep information systems secure. And so we're also recommending that they take the findings from that study and consider them when they're designing the pilot. So those are the things that we're recommending for security in the pilot.
Great, thank you for that. It's just I think a very important topic as we think about not just road charge, but you know, how everybody's data are being collected and whether or not they're on board for that. And there's a lot of conversation around that being abstracted for particularly underserved populations or populations that are immigrant populations that you know, are very concerned about being tracked. So that's just something that I think we should be considering as we're talking about, you know, a pretty big departure from how roads and infrastructure have been used in the past.
If I can just add to that, you know, it's a conversation we have consistently internally about these types of projects. I think, you know, certainly there's going to be huge lessons learned from the state effort, but I think for us at the regional level, it gets incredibly more complicated because we're interested in travel behavior, right? So we want to actually extract that data, but there's going to be incredible challenges in allowing that kind of information exchange. And so we're certainly mindful of that.
Through the chair, just one more comment. I was pausing a bit in how to answer your question. I think just simply put in the Bay Area, there's just been an evolution of tolling infrastructure. And so, you know, we're now at open road tolling. Everybody's got a transponder, not everybody, but the majority of drivers have transponders in their cars. So, you know, we've evolved with the toll bridges and the express lanes system. And so I think we haven't heard much about the privacy issue. And I think that's just one reason why, is that people are kind of used to that infrastructure already.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu.
It's a little less relevant now, but if the conversation about privacy is going on and on, the two members of our technical advisory group who specialize in privacy have been very, very helpful. And one of the things that they brought up was that there are third-party contractors who want to do this work and might be able to do it more efficiently and less costly than if we as a government try to do it ourselves. But that if that's going to happen, that they should and must not be able to collect the data and then use it for commercial purposes. And so that was a big item. We got a lot of discussion at our advisory group on. So those recommendations that they've made, I think, you know, if people are interested in this issue, they should take a look at them. Maybe Hannah could share them with you.
Sure, maybe we can work on getting them to this group once we post them for the May meeting.
There we go. Thank you. I had a question about the pilot project under SB 33 Look, we've spent a whole lot of time talking about the money part of this, and that is obviously a big deal. And we know that it's problematic, but in terms of the pilot itself, and coming from CARB, there are clearly equity, climate, and mobility components to this as well. So I think we should, every chance we get, incorporate those other three components. So for equity, how will it protect vulnerable households from the regressive effects of this funding? For climate, how does it reduce VMT? For mobility, how does it reduce congestion, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to see those components also built into specifically to the pilot proposal, to call them out. And hopefully when we meet together in the fall, to have those three things laid out or called out in terms of your recommendations.
I can speak to the equity piece. The way that we're planning to recommend it be incorporated now is one, that we provide that Caltrans provide upfront incentives to low-income participants to make it easier for them to participate, because even though they would be reimbursed for the gas tax, we wouldn't want them to have to pay both the gas tax and the road charge before they got reimbursed. So that's one way we're trying to ensure participation. And then we did look at like the possibility of scaling a road charge based on household income for when we were developing the rate for the pilot. But the reason that we didn't do that was because we couldn't figure out a way to really avoid an extreme impact on the moderate and high income users, because we tried the math a lot of ways, but every time that we tried to make even a small % discount for the low income households, we ended up with like an exponentially larger impact on moderate and high income households. And we were trying to keep the rate similar so that someone who pays around $250 a year, say for their gas tax, doesn't end up paying a substantially higher amount, like $300 or $400, or well, more like $350 or $400 a year, because we thought that would really hurt the messaging. So we decided not to implement that kind of a scaling process at this time. But I think that some of the, so that's where we landed with equity, but I think some of the questions that Caltrans wrote into their RFP asking the vendor to collect data on will kind of help show us a better picture of equity. And that would be the same with the congestion and the air quality as well.
Thank you, Hannah. I know we have 2 public comments. Naila Pope Harden.
Stop sitting in the furthest corner. Sorry about that. Yeah, right. Hello, everyone. Naila Pope Harden, Executive Director of Climate Plan, and welcome, Councilmember Guerra, my council member. So look forward to your leadership on this on CARB's board. So Climate Plan has been convening climate, transportation, and equity voices across the state for the last few months around pricing, and been creating equitable considerations for road pricing. And we plan on releasing those recommendations ahead of the CTC TAC meeting, but I will share some high-level takeaways from those recommendations today. And one is, in this conversation, it's been a really robust and really helpful conversation around pricing that we've had today, but there is this sense of inevitability that's been missing. The fact that we are moving, we have the mandate for electric vehicles by 2035 that's coming. We have our scoping plan goals. There is an inevitability around this conversation where we're going to have to make decisions very quickly about what's happening. And what I will throw out is equity being used as a reason to not have these conversations is actually wildly inequitable. What we don't want is have to force changes on communities at the last minute. What we want is to be able to move thoughtful and methodically into these decisions to make sure that all communities have say, have input, and have some type of impact in the decisions that are made. And in that vein, I just want to point out a recent study that says that right now, the cost of a new car is about $700. So we are talking about people that are priced out of being able to buy a new electric vehicle. Used cars are $500. And we're talking about people who can't buy new vehicles to be able to save the incentivized money for not having to be able to, not paying into the gas tax. And we're going to be losing users in the gas tax, right? So folks that are gas guzzling diesel cars are going to be paying more, while we have electric folks that can buy out of the system, buy electric vehicles that are going to be incentivized and potentially paying less. Wild equity considerations. There's a need for strong leadership. My family lives in Visalia, and I have this vision of having 9 clickers or key cards just to drive from Sacramento to Visalia. We need strong leadership, and we need to start communicating what that vision looks like to folks now. And this is from someone who's very deep entrenched in this work. I don't see this future. And so everyday folks, what are we communicating? What does that messaging look like? We have each region that's doing amazing work, but imagine if we were able to streamline that and we had better leadership. Every presentation started off with the same base setting, right? That should be the state that's leading in that base setting and taking some of that work off of regions. And also this idea that we are moving that back to the idea of what the everyday user sees, the idea that there's the gas tax replacement and there's a behavior change makes sense on paper, makes sense in academia. But if we're talking about building trust in communities, to say that we're going to tackle the gas tax replacement first and then come back and do something around behavior change is it's not going to build trust with the communities that we need to be building trust with the most. And then the last 2 points I'll throw out is just one, any investments need to go to multimodal options. We cannot be using this conversation around pricing to just perpetuate car culture, especially if we're looking at our scoping plan goals, we're looking at our VMT reduction goals, our GHG reduction goals. If we're looking at all of our state goals around climate, we can't be using pricing to just perpetuate car culture. And so it can't just go towards highway widening. We need to have a more robust conversation around what pricing can fund. And I already touched on it, but back to that point around just making sure that this conversation is in alignment with us meeting our climate goals is wildly important. It's beautiful that we're having this conversation at CARB because that keeps it top of mind. I think someone pointed out it's the reason why everyone had the GHG slide. But in other conversations around pricing, it really is more around the gas tax replacement, and we have to get away from that. Last thing I'll leave with is I close all my climate plan meetings with some type of quote, lyric, or just fun thought. And so I'm going to quote Ice Cube here, which he says in one of his songs, hustle means hard work. And if you're scared, go to church. And that just means that like you guys have to make tough decisions here. If you're scared, find some other place to do that. But in here, we need you guys to be brave. We need you to be bold, and we need you to be equitable. So thank you.
Thank you, Naila. Next, we have Maura Tomei.
Good afternoon. Mara Toomey, the Executive Director of the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, and we are the MPO for Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito counties. AMDAG adopted its most recent RTP-SCS in June of 2022, and although the adopted plan does not include any regional pricing strategy, it does acknowledge that a replacement for the gas tax, such as a road user charge or VMT fee, is needed. While the urban areas have been evaluating congestion or lane pricing, these options may not be feasible for the smaller or rural regions of the state where congestion does not occur for long commute periods and where a robust transit network is not available. Typically, small and rural regions have relatively less congestion during peak periods compared to the urban areas, but often have higher levels of congestion in the off-peak and weekends due to tourism and freight traffic. AMDAG plans to undertake a pricing study to evaluate how regional pricing strategies could be deployed equitably in our region to potentially reduce VMT and GHG and potentially provide funding for alternative transportation options. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other public comment at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. And, you know, I before Naila came up, I was going to thank you all for your bravery, but she and Ice Cube said it much more beautifully than I was going to. But we do want to thank all of you, and we know how hard this work is, and we understand all that you have to go through even to get to this place. And so we do promise you that we will support you, and that when you need help, this is the place that you need to come, because we can't do this without each other. And so conversely, when we need your help, hopefully you'll be there too for us. So thank you all so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, you did a great job. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Taylor to summarize this meeting for us.
Thank you, Chair.
Take us home.
I'm going to take us home,
Okay.
hopefully in 5 minutes or less, because I'm the last thing standing between everybody in the door. I'd like to summarize some key action items that our staff has agreed to work on prior to the next joint meeting in November. Our goal is to carry forward the momentum on the topics we discussed today in partnership as the theme we've seen today. First, HCD staff will review the feedback provided on the RENA process by commissioners, board members, and members of the public, and incorporate that feedback as appropriate into the final findings and recommendations to be submitted to the legislature at the end of the year, including working with the teams at CTC and CARB on further aligning RENA, SCS, and RTP processes going forward. Next, our teams will brainstorm ways to further support cities and counties in housing planning, production, and affordability, including the importance of workforce considerations. Next, something we heard in the discussion around road pricing is the importance of state agencies and regional agencies working together on pricing strategies. Toward that end, I'd like to ask the team from our 3 joint meeting agencies to participate regularly in the state's roadway pricing work group led by CalSTA and Caltrans, which convenes state and regional subject matter experts. It was clear today that there is a lot of interest in the topic of roadway pricing, and there's a lot happening at the state, regional, and local levels. In particular, it was fascinating to learn more about the inclusion of various pricing strategies within regional transportation plans and how those strategies support achievement of sustainable community strategies, to Board Member De La Torre's comments about including climate in that discussion. I've heard the importance of partnerships that support all of us getting it right with a focus on equity and messaging. I also heard some specific needs for how the state can better support regional pricing strategies, and our teams will be exploring what we can do to help. It's important to continue this conversation, and we will provide updates as appropriate over time. With that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Eager. Thank you
so much. And we want to thank all of you for coming. Obviously, we went over because this was such an important topic, and we want to continue this dialogue with all of us. I want to thank you, Chair Randolph, for your team's participation and joining us and being a great partner. As we have said all along, it takes all of us to be able to do this work. And so we are looking forward to continuing the partnership. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say.
No, I will just reiterate the basic point. You know, we are all in this together. We can really be supportive of agencies at all levels of government to really try to solve these problems. And so I really appreciate this dialogue, and looking forward to hosting the next joint meeting at CARB.
Great. Thank you. Oh, do we have any public comment?
I see no additional public comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.